Feel the music. Feel the music. Feel the music. Feel the music. Breeze 93.9 FM.
Somehow stepped into my life, and you bring sunshine to my eyes. You make my life worth living for, and you make me hold on to my dreams once more. You, my friend, make me hope again. You, my friend, give me strength that'll never end. Do believe in me, for I believe in you, and together we will see it. Somehow stepped into my life, and you bring sunshine to my eyes. You make my life worth living for, and you make me hold on to my dreams once more. You, my friend, make me hope again. You, my friend, give me strength that'll never end. And I know that you are feeling the way I do. Do believe in me, for I believe in you, and together we will see it.
KUAM FM, Hagaya, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Throw your hands up high, off a day. I see you bouncing in your ride, ride. So when you see me passing by, off a day, show moral pride until I die, die. Throw your hands up high, off a day. I see you bouncing in your ride, ride. So when you see me passing by, off a day, show moral pride until I die, die. Wahusi Savage K, Soon represent the SD671 production. The whole island of Guam. This is the front line in the racial hub of the globe. Busy traffic, but forever in that slow mo. If you from Dedido, Chico or money, I better know exactly what you're doing, getting groovy. If you from Minalahan, no maybe down in Lesu, you got the chromey smell creeping out your bedroom window. Throw your hands up high, off a day. I see you bouncing in your ride. So when you see me passing by, off a day, show moral pride until I die. Throw your hands up high, off a day. I see you bouncing in your ride. So when you see me passing by, off a day, show moral pride until I die. If you from ABT or back row chillin' Mungie Town, you got that pride held high because you brown and proud. If you from Barragata or the Italian Pago, you probably got those cold caps twisted off your bottles. If you from Sinahanya, PD of Santa Rita, you got the shizzle, the smizzle that make the parties chisel. Guam's like the antidote, like wicked music notes. The only place to be, no matter young or old. Throw your hands up high, off a day. I see you bouncing in your ride. So when you see me passing by, off a day, show moral pride until I die. Throw your hands up high, off a day. I see you bouncing in your ride. So when you see me passing by, off a day, show moral pride until I die. Explode's my main goal. No fear, I let it go. Let the good times roll. Homie, this is my solo. And Guam's where it's at. Mixing down the fattest tracks that filled with island music with that bump in the back. Where's all my boony dogs? I'm talking Guam to Mog. Some of us against the law, some down to take the fall. Stand tall, pursue your dreams. If your cheek come clean, it's a daily routine, if you know what I mean. Throw your hands up high, off a day. I see you bouncing in your ride. So when you see me passing by, off a day, show moral pride until I die. Throw your hands up high, off a day. I see you bouncing in your ride. So when you see me passing by, off a day, show moral pride until I die. Throw your hands up high, off a day. I see you bouncing in your ride. So when you see me passing by, off a day, show moral pride until I die. Throw your hands up high, off a day. I see you bouncing in your ride. So when you see me passing by, off a day, show moral pride until I die.
The link, here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. It's not warm when she's away. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone, and she's always gone too long. Anytime she goes away, wonder this time where she's gone. Wonder if she's gonna stay. Nah, ain't no sunshine when she's gone, and she's always gone too long. Anytime she goes away, and I know, 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 no, 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 you don't love me, and I know now, yeah, no, no, no. I don't wanna wait in vain for your love. From the very first time I rest my eyes on you, my heart says follow through. But I know now that I'm way down on your line, and the wind is feeling fine, yeah. So don't treat me like a puppet on a string. You know I gotta do my thing. Don't talk to me as if you think I'm dumb. I wanna know when you're gonna come soon. I don't wanna wait in vain for your love. I don't wanna wait in vain for your love. I don't wanna wait in vain for your love, bitch. 'Cause it's summer is here, that I am still waiting there. Winter is here, and I'm still waiting there. Your love is queen. Crown you in my heart. Your love is queen. You're the ruler of my heart. Your riches ring. Round and round and round my head, touching the very part of me. It's making my soul sing. I'm crying out for more. Your love is queen. I'm coming up. I'm coming. You're making me dance inside. Like I said, it's been 3 years since I'm knocking on your door, and I still can knock some more. Ooh, girl, is it feasible? I wanna know now, for I to knock some more. You see, in this life I know there is lots of grief, but your love is my relief. Tears in my eyes burn, tears in my eyes burn, while I'm waiting for my turn. I don't wanna wait in vain for your love. I don't wanna wait in vain for your love. It's double time, double time. I don't wanna wait in vain. I don't wanna wait in vain. It's me love. I don't wanna wait in vain. It's me love. I don't wanna wait in vain. I don't wanna wait. I don't wanna wait. I don't want to wait in vain. I don't wanna wait. I don't want to wait.
Oh, Uli, die sombren zelten meg, et zu te saluda, antes hum niga, radzalzen mal. like estrellas durante todo el menú. A nogi distancia como kupugi palu. Zangiman malak guafi Icon una sugi airi Preba tu la noci Nai banderata gaigi Pues Atan Fanny Bandera Kau esta pagua pumalalapa Giluk tanu man libri Sentami ti man ko badi
Fanogi chamoru Puritanota Kantai matuno Nyagi toru iluga Para iona
Good morning, Guam. Good morning. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jason Solis.
Good morning.
All right. Good morning, Joe, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Hey, just right off the bat, I want to thank our friends over at the American Cancer Society.
You got it?
They're showing off some of our Relay for Life gear. Look at that. A day.
It's nice.
These are nice. These are well-made hats.
This is Shinarp.
Yeah, you can wear this when you're out. You can wear this when you're working out. Okay, and these get official link approval. Link in.
Okay, Jason.
Thunder. Thundercats.
Where's Bree?
Oh.
Link in. Link up.
All right. Fighting for a world without cancer. These are the new Relay for Life hats from the American Cancer Society. Thank you. We're doing a drawing this morning. Good morning. Morning. Right, Bree?
Yeah, and you know a lot about it.
I do know a lot about it. That's why we're going to do it this morning. They also gave us a great card. Thank you, guys. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the entire KUAM team. We appreciate your support as we kick off our 2021 Relay for Life of Guam season. Gratefully, Tina. Thank you so much, Tina. Yeah, we'll be doing a drawing with Relay for Life, so keep listening for more details. And if you entered it, your chance to win is coming up here on the link. It's Thursday, the 4th day of February, year of our Lord 2021. Good morning and welcome to this episode of The Link.
Well, you know what? One thing that we all have in common here, and we have ever since the beginning of the show, is a love for food, for consuming food, most especially, but also for preparing food. And one member of the Link family from Bardstown, Kentucky, you guys know who I'm talking about, Mama Bear, has really gone all out. But for her, this is just, like Wednesday cooking. So check this out, guys. I'm gonna hold this up here. Check this out, Chris and Bree. Mama Bear goes, here's dinner tonight. Dinner is in the crock pot. Navy beans with country ham pieces, cornbread cakes, and for dessert on the left, that is a homemade cobbler, not strawberry, not raspberry, not blueberry, not even boysenberry. Boysenberry is very good. What do you guys think it is?
Peach.
Blackberry.
It's blackberry. Yeah, good choice. Yeah, it's home. Have you guys ever had cobbler?
Yes.
Cobbler is amazing.
Yeah.
And
Cool.
and blackberries are really, really good.
It's good with vanilla ice cream.
Sure is.
And Debbie said she's actually putting out some, but she's having dessert first.
I
As
love
you
ice
should.
cream. That's something if you guys don't know. I love ice cream. Like, it's so weird, right? Oh, he loves ice cream. What an individual.
So follow Debbie. She's Debbie Davis on
We
Facebook.
can tell.
Yeah, thanks, Bree. Wow.
What?
What? I said it like ice cream. Bree's like, we can tell.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with
I have another bit of
Seize
information.
the day, right?
I have another bit of the quirky information because you guys know me. Like, I love analytics. I love breaking down numbers. So I was wondering, this morning I got up and I was like, I wonder how many interviews we've done on this show. So these numbers are probably going to blow your mind, guys. Okay, so since we started this show, remember, it was called Containing COVID for about, what, Joe, sir, 2.5 months last year. And then we took a break because we wanted to incorporate Zoom and everything. Then we came back and it went right into the link, which we are now, right?
Beginning July.
We are approaching episode number 1200. Today is episode number 1100. No, I'm sorry.
What?
With interviews. We've done almost 1200 interviews with over 400 people.
Wow.
Did you just crunch the numbers?
Yeah, because I was
Yesterday?
curious. We have done almost 1200 interviews in 11 months now. That's a lot of talking to people, and we've met some really, really amazing people.
Pretty
That's
fun.
not even counting all of you who we talk to every day in comments.
Hey, birthday shout out to Frankie Ann Blas. Happy 56th birthday from Las Vegas. That's coming from Anita Maternity Blas McHale. Good morning to our Facebook Live viewers. Thank you guys so much for joining us on the link. Also to our viewers on KUAM TV in KUAM TV land. Good morning. There's a lot going on with the link and Super Bowl on Tailgate Monday. We'll talk about that this morning. Also, Love Connections on the link. Got some more info on that, Bree. Coming up here, Rosemarie Laguatnia. Good morning, team. Good morning, fam. Anita writes, good morning, Sabrina, Jason, and Chris. Angel Pete, Quintanilla Castro. Good morning, Familia KUAM News, Mananasi Zeus.
Good morning.
All have a good day and be safe.
Well, our friend Mary Beth Torres, once again from Philadelphia, PA, is saying good morning once again from City of Brotherly Love. And let's not do the whole Rocky statue because that was a lot of people were like, that was a really, really funny moment. And by funny, we mean embarrassing for us.
Dana Muni Castro, good morning, be safe. Ken Paulino, good morning, be safe. Ruth Pablo Gagnon, Hafaday Guam. Christina Hukog, all gone. Hafaday, good morning, everyone. Chamarita Regis, the beautiful hillside of Sinanya is alive with the sound of the link.
Nice allusion to
Sound of music.
Sound of music.
We
yeah.
also have another birthday shout out from Stephanie Kenga Villagomez. She writes, happy birthday, Victoria Bloss.
Okay, so guys, so we got Frankie and Victoria. You guys ready? Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Frankie and Victoria.
And anyone else who's celebrating their birthday today on the 4th day of February 2021.
Happy birthday to you.
May the dear Lord bless you.
May the dear Lord bless you. May the dear Lord bless Frankie and Victoria.
Everyone is having a birthday on February 4th, 2021.
Including happy birthday to Teresa again.
Happy birthday
to
to you.
And once again, Joe Sir doing the technically.
Yep. Parental
birthday,
advisory.
everybody.
We do tickling on this show.
Nickling.
Glenn Lujan, good morning, my friend. Good morning, KUAM, The Link, Joe Sir, Sabrina, Chris, Jason, everyone working behind the scenes. Jeffrey Oko, good morning. Colbert, Steven, yeah, wow. Good morning here. Debbie Davis, Mama Bear, good morning on you. Looks delicious.
I know, I saw that is it Colbert or Colbert? Because I saw Colbert. I was like, wow, Stephen Colbert's watching our show. Hey, cool.
Nyan Joel Safade, good morning. Guahan, Emma Olalia, good morning. Have a blessed day. Be safe.
Well-
Bev Tess, Jay Solis from Chalampago.
Well, Chris, you were mentioning the Super Bowl, and John Duenas kicked right in. He goes, good morning, and then in all caps, go Chiefs, Kansas City.
Right on. We're going to be barbecuing. Man, that was a fun meeting yesterday.
Yeah.
The best meeting I ever had at KUAM was yesterday.
All we did was talk about ideas how we can make the Super Bowl super awesome for you guys.
I'm not going to.
Now the problem is we had a million different ideas, and now we got to filter down like the top.
All I know
4.
is I'm barbecuing. That's all I know. For Monday, I'm bringing the barbecue grill. We're going to barbecue for breakfast. Yep, right out here. Not every day that you get to barbecue. It's almost like working at DOC. Remember when they had the whole barbecue? That's on YouTube. You know that?
Is that on YouTube?
Yeah.
I remember the
when
story.
they
I
were
don't-
like, giving the
Foot massage?
foot massage.
I remember everything,
Oh
Bree.
my gosh.
Remember when they were smuggling meth into the prison? Oh. You know me.
I know it was heading somewhere.
You know me.
When
fell
was the
for
last
it.
time you
Oh,
actually did do a
yeah.
barbecue?
I barbecued the other day for my kids a couple weeks ago.
All right, right on.
Barbecue chicken. They love Daddy's barbecue chicken.
Sabrina hosts amazing barbecues at her house and everything like that, and she lays out like a spread. I got to tell you guys.
Right
I mean,
on.
there-
She'd be doing like the tri-tip and
Yeah, I mean, there's all this amazing like barbecue food. There's chamorro food,
yep,
And
sushi
then-
bake,
and then you get the hot dogs and the
hot
hamburger.
dog.
Hot dogs.
Yeah,
Yep.
and then no, you've had some good hot dogs. I remember that.
Dude, I didn't do no hot dogs.
Jay, don't
Sorry,
embarrass her,
Greg.
man.
No, you've done hot dogs for Brock's birthday. I remember
For
that.
a birthday party,
Yeah.
but like if I'm gonna have like a barbecue, it's not like
Okay.
we do hot dog.
But then Chris mentioned it. The sushi,
No offense.
The
for hot
sushi
dogs,
bake.
but-
No offense to you wiener lovers out there, but
But you know, it's a barbecue, and you know,
Yeah.
you want to eat good food.
but the sushi bake was awesome.
Right.
Yeah,
Usually
that was
it's-
good.
Those in a
It's
while.
usually themed to beer of the worlds.
wow.
And so everybody that comes, you have to bring beer from like
From the
diff-
world.
right? Different
Right.
parts of the world.
Right.
Oh, sorry. One.
This is pre-COVID, by the way,
Yes,
guys.
it's
Yeah.
definitely pre-COVID.
One additional birthday shout out from Patsy Akinino Tayano Javier saying, can you guys please shout out birthday to my son Joaquin Manglotnia. Happy birthday, Kin. Hope you're having a good one. Oh, and Juvie Marie says, hey, it's going to be dinner time somewhere in the U.S. while you barbecue. That is true. So We're not just doing this just to show off Chris's amazing, grill skills.
Ooh, Teresa's puck puck. Oh yeah, I love that.
Barbecue? Do you like a barbecue?
I just love it. Period.
I haven't had it in a while. I try and limit my Teresa's puck puck intake. Mary Beth Torres, good morning, Guam. Yeah, so we're barbecuing Monday again, in case you didn't get the memo.
And when you said we,
It's gonna be
You mean
really
you.
cool because you're barbecuing. Then we've got Tom Akagami. He is going to be. I think he's smoking some meat
A
or
brisket.
something. Yeah.
Yep.
Or pork butt. Or
Is it a butt or a
something.
brisket?
I think it's a pork butt. We were talking about it last night, messaging each other, and he's gonna show us how he smokes his meat, and then he's gonna prepare a dish, and I think it's some sort of nachos or something. So he's gonna give us a demonstration, and then
Wow.
he's gonna come in. We'll of course we're gonna have to taste test it, and then we've got Kimmy and her crew
Yep.
coming down here, setting up a little outdoor bar area, and they're gonna be mixing things up and to help you, I guess.
Get ready
party.
for the game,
Party
yeah.
for the Super
I mean,
Bowl.
yeah, that's kind of what it's about, right? The game, but for me, it's the pregame, right? The football foreplay, if you will. So I'm going to be barbecuing with Jack Daniels, something with the Jack Daniels kind of marinade, which I think is cool. So we're going to be going a little sweet. I'm going to do charcoal, but we're going to put a little bit of that Tongan in there just for that kick. Kick. Yeah,
nice.
that's what's happening Monday. I checked out of the meeting after that. I was like,
I know.
Chris,
I
gonna
know.
barbecue. I'm gonna barbecue. Okay, right on. I got this. Later.
He's still gotta work on the show though.
Yeah, we still got to do. We're still having a show, guys, but it's gonna be a barbecue show.
I think I'm gonna make. Well, yeah, since I'm suddenly gonna be doing dessert or something, so I'll bring something.
What are you gonna bring?
I don't know yet,
Bree's gonna bake something. Bree is a good baker.
so I'll bring something, and
Are you
maybe a
gonna-
little side stuff too.
Are you gonna bake like?
Can't just eat barbecue with no rice or
Yeah, that's the
little
thing.
sides or
Right,
something.
yep,
It's just,
yep.
Nah.
hey, I'm all about the sides.
Yeah. Okay. So you bring a side then, fool.
Oh
Do
yeah.
you know how to make rice, Jay?
Yeah, I know.
I don't.
You
know how
don't
to
put
make
it in the
rice.
microwave, all right?
Hold,
Just
wait a
I
second.
don't know how to make rice. I'm
Sorry,
sorry.
Jason doesn't
No,
know how to make rice.
When you say sides, I'm thinking stovetop, mac and cheese. Do not hate on stovetop, okay? Stovetop is a meal unto itself.
Juvie Marie writes, Sabrina, that hat looks great on you.
Hey, thanks. It's from again the American Cancer Society.
Yeah.
And you know what? We're giving away some of these, right?
F.
Oh, we're
Glenn.
giving away. It's a raffle.
Yeah, we're doing a raffle. Glenn writes, would you rather barbecue with Tongan or charcoal? Of course,
Ooh.
Tongan. The best. But if you're not, like if you're just barbecuing for a few kids, put charcoal in there. Put some wood on top.
Okay, well, tell you what, guys, since we were talking about the Super Bowl, and to save my own butt, because now, since it's clearly established, I don't know how to make rice, I just put a poll on Twitter, and we want your guys' feedback on it. Here we go. What is your favorite part of the Super Bowl experience?
Jason,
Right?
just bring spam.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, your favorite part
Can't
of the
go
Super
wrong
Bowl.
with barbecue spam.
We want to know what
Or
you
the
what you
tulip.
guys think about the Super Bowl, right? Is your favorite part of the Super Bowl the actual game itself,
No.
the commercials, the halftime show,
The food.
or the national anthem?
The food.
No,
That's
the
it,
the Super Bowl, not.
Oh, yeah. Eating the food while you're watching the game.
Well, okay, well,
The Chiefs beat the Bucks.
Yeah, I mean,
okay. For me, it's obviously the game.
We
'cause
should
I'm a
do our
sports
own
guy.
little halftime
Yeah.
sideline singing
All
show.
I ju- all
Jason's
I
gonna
want-
sing or something.
all
on the
I
show.
want is just for Tom Brady to lose. That's all I want.
Wow. And we talked about this before. Some of our favorite moments from the Super Bowl. Like I said, like as a music guy, I don't think you could beat Prince in the 2008 game, which was in Miami, in which the New Orleans Saints defeated the Indianapolis Colts. Drew Brees took out Peyton Manning. But if you remember, Prince did Purple Rain in the rain. It started raining. That was unbelievable. But there's a lot of people who even say, remember when the Gulf War first started, the first one, when Whitney Houston came out and she did the national anthem, and she got all sweaty and everything like that, and then the planes flew over. I mean, patriotism was at an all-time high. That was an incredible performance. There's a lot of people who think, the Shakira one a couple years ago, that was the best ever. Something like some people say Bruno Mars.
There's been a lot of great performances.
Yeah.
But for me, it's the game. I mean, my thing is, okay, when the halftime show starts, Sabrina's like, oh, let's go get all fangirl, like, who's performing. For me, that's a time when I take like a 30-minute pee break. I really don't care about the halftime show. I'm all about the game itself. But
You
we have
really
ano-
watched the game, Jace? The
I watched-
whole game.
you really have to ask that. You've known me how long now? And you
Yeah, I also
you know that-
know you have the gift of like talking.
okay?
Yeah.
But the commercials are also awesome too. The commercials are always, and now they.
Jason Solis is known to embellish a little.
Do you think just a tad?
We had another shout out here. Happy birthday
I'm gonna
to
watch you watch the game.
happy birthday to Francine Castro
Wait,
and
who are you rooting for? The Chiefs or the Bucks?
I would actually like to see the Bucks because Tom Brady has even said that
Brady.
one of the reasons he came back to play was that he wants to get 7 world championships, therefore putting him above
so
Michael
selfish
Why didn't he go back to the Patriots?
because he knew they wasn't going to win.
because they took
'Cause
the
he knew
pump.
they were gonna
He
win.
couldn't
Oh.
deflate the ball or whatever.
So basically, his thing is he wants to establish himself as the GOAT, right? Greatest of all time. And so if he wins 7 world championships, he would have eclipsed Michael Jordan.
Yeah, so I'm thinking Monday I'm gonna
But he
do
wouldn't have
something.
been Bill Walton.
I'm gonna do something with
Bill
goat.
Russell, I'm sorry.
Because
Goat.
yeah, greatest of all time. I don't know.
Oh,
So you're gonna do a goat cheese?
Goat cheese, or you guys want to eat some goat? We'll get Kengineers got goats. We can come do a goat, right, Joe sir? Man, you ever tried goat with coconut milk? Oh man, number one. Oh man. But we had a birthday shout out here, Francine Castro and Mary Lou Quintanilla. Happy belated birthday coming from Angel Pete Quintanilla Castro. Oh yeah, here Stephanie has my favorite halftime performance was when Janet Jackson had a wardrobe malfunction.
that was 2002 with Justin Timberlake.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, when the Patriots beat the Carolina Panthers.
Yep, Jason is the guy. He knows all the stuff about the game.
Okay, as for you guys, remember we
All the trivia.
Yep.
yeah, we put the link in comments and everything like that, so it's on Twitter, and let us know what your favorite part of the Super Bowl is. Is it the game itself? Is it the commercials? Is it the halftime show? It's that way for many people, or is it the national anthem? The results right now, we got a few votes coming in. Commercials and halftime show are tied right now, 40% each. People are saying the game is 20%, and nobody for the national anthem just yet.
Yeah, I was reading something nationally though, and they were saying that for this Super Bowl, the national advertising is down. So I don't know what people are going to expect to see, but it's going to be awesome Monday. We're going to have a blast here.
There have been some of the greatest commercials ever made, like during the Super Bowl. Like remember, like a few years ago, they had the one for Snickers when they had like Betty White.
Yeah.
And then she turned it, and and that set off that whole campaign. And then they had Abe Vigoda, who was like doing it. And
It's 6:38. Here's what's coming up on the show this morning, guys. We'll start after the news. We got Frank the Crank, and I think he might be bringing Matt from Guam Time on to talk about this 24-hour run walk for the homeless. And then we've got a 7:15 Department of Environmental Health with Mary Lou Scroggs and Janella from Public Health here to talk about some of the inspections of COVID and otherwise that they've been doing. I know that it's kind of a work in progress. And them going around and inspecting places and kind of tying up loose ends. I ate sushi the other night, Bree, and I ate sushi like maybe a month ago. When I went, I was really surprised because, it's the Rotary and it was open, so you could just grab your sushi. So when I ate out a month ago, I was like, wow, that's pretty interesting that people can touch this. Stuff. But when I ate there the other night, you couldn't do it anymore. And so I asked the guy, I was like, hey, what happened? He's like, oh, man, Public Health came in. They're like, no, you can't do that. And so there's a lot of fine-tuning that's going on out there with these inspections. And,
Wait, but does it still go around?
it still goes around. But what you do is you get their attention and say, hi, can I get that? But it's interesting because, like I told you last month, it was like you could just grab it. And I think why Public Health wouldn't allow it is because if someone touches it and then they don't want it and then you touch it, right? And that's when you're vulnerable, right? Is when you're sitting down eating with no mask or whatever. So we'll catch up with
It's
them.
kind of like when you go to the grocery store, you don't know who's touching what.
Right, yeah. I mean, God, if you really start thinking about everybody who's touching everything, it's crazy.
Go to the gas station.
Oh, my lady gets a glove. We got a glove in the car, so I'm going to have to touch the pump.
I do that. I've actually got a stash.
He did
of
that before COVID.
No, yeah, really. I've got a stash of like gloves that I always keep in like the center console. So if I need to do anything like change the windshield fluid or put gas and then.
Change the headlight fluid, top it off. And we're also getting Juan Flores from the Catholic schools. He just shot me a message. He's like, hey, I would like to come on tomorrow. So we'll find out. I heard there was something about class sizes being limited, so I don't know. We'll get him on. I hear what he has to say. And then we'll get Mary Rhodes from the Hotel and Restaurant Association. She's going to be joined with Phil from the venue, as we heard it here first. It was last week, I believe Friday, right?
Yeah.
Crystal Paco St. Augustine came on the show and said, hey, yeah, Mary Rhodes is going to open the bars. The governor toggled Mary Rhodes to come up with a bunch of protocols, which they already have had for months, to open the bars. And so that's what Mary's doing. And she's bringing on Phil Roberto. And then the Republicans, they got a new party chair. It's nobody new. It's a familiar face, Juan Carlos Benitez. So he's coming on to just talk about what they have going on with the Republican Party. And then he's also an immigration lawyer. That's his day job. So I was thinking maybe we could ask him about this Russian asylum and the folks that we had on yesterday, because I don't even know much about the process.
I don't either.
You know, there were some salty comments about that interview, even in the story we put up online afterwards. Man, there were some rather strong opinions about that.
Well, it's because they said stuff about Guam. They're like, oh, they're racist to Russians, and oh, it's so hot here, and people just got offended by it. But
other people were putting interesting comments. I mean, not necessarily.
But there was other comments were like, hey,
yeah, not
shut up
necessarily
already. You're in the U.S. You want to go back to Russia?
Yeah, not necessarily snarky, but they were just saying it's like, you live on a wonderful paradise island. Why would you want to leave here? Right. we've got 12 months of summer. The people are very warm. And Nafamalik and all that thing. And they were like, you'll be accepted here. Why would you want to leave? So I mean, it was just the comments are interesting. So go back in that story on Facebook and check that out.
Yeah, so I don't know, if they're still here because maybe their reason for asylum isn't one of the ones that gets approved. I don't know, so we'll ask one.
All 200 of them.
Yeah, that's great. There's 200, and there's more that's probably going to be coming if they find, you know what I mean? Major Anton Uggan from Department of Corrections and Juanita Blas of Island Girl Power. They got a big donation, and they're still doing things. They're doing more things. Because now we're in PCOR. What PCOR is it?
2.
Yeah.
It's been a while since we talked to Juanita, too.
Yeah, it has. We talked to her last year.
Yeah.
And I know there was some crying.
Well, when we first set up Zoom, I remember we had her on there, and we were done with the interview, and then we're like, oh, Juanita's great, and then she stayed on.
Yeah.
She hung out for a little bit, and she was and we're like, hey, Joe, sir, bring her back up, and she's like, oh my God, you guys.
And that was, it seems like so long ago, Bree, when we were doing the containing COVID and everyone was on lockdown, and this Zoom was the only way we could really go out and talk to people. Anyway, that's good morning. That's what's coming up on the show, and then we got a bunch of stuff. Dave Delgado got something on powerlifting, Info Zoom with Nestor Lecanto. Those are all ready to go here on the link, which is brought to you by Carrier at 647-COOL. Cabo Enterprises and IT&E at 6:44. Let's go ahead and get into the news now with the very latest from the KUAM news team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas Matanani.
Off it, everybody. 40-year-old Donovan Allen Chargoloff Ornelas pled not guilty by reason of mental illness defect. Wednesday afternoon, he appeared for his arraignment hearing with attorney Gloria Rudolph. A grand jury indictment charges him with murder as a first-degree felony and aggravated assault as a second-degree felony, all carrying a special allegation of a deadly weapon in the commission of a felony. Ornelas is accused of the January 19th beheading of 51-year-old Andrew Ray Castro in Santa Rita. As reported, the defendant admitted that he drove to Dededo and left Castro's head in an abandoned vehicle in the jungle. Court documents state he felt compelled to kill Castro for placing his family in danger. It was also learned that he told officers he used meth while at Castro's home. Ornelas asserted his right to a speedy trial. However, it's been told until he undergoes a forensic evaluation. His next court appearance will be in front of Judge Anita Sokola following the completion of that evaluation. The defense rested its case in the Joshua Palacios trial. As Adriana Cotero reports, the final witness called up by defense counsel Tom Fisher were key witnesses from the crime scene where Keith Castro was murdered at a Jigo home, and Guam Police Department officers who interviewed the individuals nearly 2 years ago.
The defendant's case-in-chief arguments ended with Guam Police Department's Criminal Investigation Division Detective Eric Mandia's testimony. He assisted in the July 28, 2019 homicide of Keith Castro investigation. Defense counsel Tom Fisher questioned Mandia's interview with defense witness Heather Fulcher Castro.
She was kind of shook up overly excited, worried at the same time.
Did Ms. Castro state to you that she may have been the reason the shooting happened?
That is correct.
So did Ms. Castro state to you that Keith Castro had made many enemies like Leighton, Cisco, Johnny Rosario, and Troy Torres?
Yes, that is what she believed.
As stated in court, Heather and Keith were not related and were good friends. She arrived at the scene after he was shot to his death. Joshua Palacios is the alleged gunman accused for the deadly shooting of Castro. However, the defense continues to argue he was framed for the crime. Meanwhile, Assistant Attorney General Rochelle Canto aims to prove the defendant is guilty for the offense.
I just have a couple questions for you about this interview with Ms. Castro.
Sure.
When she said to you that she may have been the reason for the shooting, did she elaborate, or did you find out what else about that statement? Anything else about that statement?
No, she was just stating it as a feeling at that point in time.
Okay, so it was
due
just
to her prior history.
I see. So she was speculating at that point.
I believe so.
And there was a statement about many enemies and certain names being named. Were any of those people that she named at the scene at the time of Keith Castro's death?
No. Not Leighton Borja, Johnny Rosario, or Troy Torres.
The defense had subpoenaed Johnny Rosario and Troy Torres to testify, although both invoked their Fifth Amendment rights. As we reported, co-character in the case, Thomas Titano's testimony revealed he went to the Jigo residence that evening to confront Castro for talking about his family, that being sister-in-law Johnny Rosario and brother Josh Titano, on social media. Borja's connection to the case remains unknown. Titano has since pled guilty to aggravated assault charges for his role in the crime. In court today, Attorney Fisher called up eyewitness from the night of the shooting, Melvin Leon Guerrero. He testified that he heard Castro's final words.
Did you approach Keith that evening after he had been attacked?
Yeah, right before he told me his last words.
Okay. And so you did approach him?
Yes.
Sir,
he kind of I was the closest one to him, so, he reached out to me to grab my hand.
These testimonies concluded the evidence portion of Palacios' trial. Closing statements are scheduled to occur Friday morning in Judge Vern Perez's courtroom.
Thanks, Adriana. Raxon Antipas will spend 5 years in jail after he pleaded guilty to a third-degree criminal sexual conduct as a second-degree felony in court yesterday. Antipas was accused of sexually assaulting a teenage girl in her own home. The defendant was looking at up to 8 years at DOC. Judge Maria Senzon accepted the people's request for a 5-year prison term. As a result of his conviction, he must register as a Level 1 sex offender and comply with sex offender registry requirements. He will be on parole for 3 years after he serves the remainder of his prison term. Prosecuting attorney Christine Tenorio says, quote, sexual assault on Guam will not be tolerated. This young survivor had the courage to speak out and get assistance, and the people commend her for her bravery. Senator Joe San Augustine is proposing to reduce the business privilege tax from 5% to 3%, but he also wants to implement a first ever sales tax of 2%. Nestor Lecanto reports. The one that I told you to get. Okay, we're just going to go to more news with Peter Santos.
Buenas and half a day, everyone. I'm Tyler Matinani with your headlines here on The Link. The pros and cons of allowing licensed off-island nurses to bypass the local certification process drew opposing testimony during a public hearing Wednesday. The measure by Senator Mary Torres would authorize Guam to join a nursing licensure compact with other states. Nurses licensed in other states would automatically be allowed to work here, and vice versa for Guam nurses. Torres says it would help alleviate the local shortage that's been made worse by the pandemic. But other senators said the waiver ignores the real issue: Guam's perennial lower wages.
Of the NLC is the expediency and reduction of processing the nurse licensure application so that the nurse can begin working immediately. The downside is that there will also be a continual loss of our local nurses. Hence, it is imperative that we address and adjust the current salary structure for our nurses.
I understand the concerns of all the other nurses, but I think that we are addressing that with the concerns of the salaries, because that's basically what the bigger picture is here. It's the salaries. If we want to attract these nurses, then we need to pay them what they're getting in the States.
But bill's sponsor Torres says they are missing the point, and local nurses may choose to leave for a variety of reasons with or without the licensure compact.
The idea that you would refrain from a policy because you fear that it might make it easier for somebody to seek better opportunities somewhere is patently wrong.
Supporters of the bill, including local nurses, urged senators to support allowing nurses who wouldn't otherwise work here to come and provide much-needed help. Just answer the questions and give us what we asked for. That's what Senators Joanne Brown and Telo Tadigui were saying, reacting to yesterday's oversight hearing on hiring practices at the port. Here's more.
It's unfortunate what happened yesterday. I mean, there's been so much effort on behalf of the current general manager and the port to project that everything's all good and wonderful. And, you know, isn't it just a great day? And when you scratch a little bit beneath the surface, you see a whole hornet's nest of negativity that's coming out with regards to their response.
I just keep asking, what is the end game in this?
During yesterday's virtual oversight hearing on the hiring practices at the Port Authority of Guam, there was a lot said. But instead of facts, detailed reasoning, and the requested data, what the general public saw was finger-pointing, excuses, and deflection. Former Port General Manager Senator Joanne Brown.
It just doesn't add up. I mean, if everything's all clean and transparent, I don't think we'd see the type of tone and conduct under which the current general manager conducted himself.
Several times when a question was asked of him, you know, he would throw the question back. That's a classic example. When you don't want to answer a question, you throw a question back. And that's what he was doing. It was totally disingenuous. He could have answered the question.
In cases where a person is convicted of a drug-related offense and still manages to get hired at one of the island's points of entry, Senator Tadigui says it's like hiring a recovering alcoholic to work the bar.
Don't dangle a carrot from someone who's been, you know, formerly a drug addict or involved in drugs and put him in a place where it's tempting to go back to the old way, you know. That is my greatest concern here.
So I did provide a list of all the hires from 2010 to present.
After being asked again and again to produce a list of employees who've had a criminal history prior to being picked up at the port, senators left the Zoom room empty-handed. And being that Port GM Respicio failed to deliver the list of names requested by the committee.
Now we want to get the information that we asked for that Rory did not provide to us.
Yeah.
Just to be transparent. And for him to be so argumentative during the whole process just leads me to believe that he's trying to hide something. He's trying to cover up something.
Both Senators Tadigui and Brown agree that the recent oversight hearing was not sufficient, and they are hopeful that the committee chair, Senator Talina Nelson, will request for an additional oversight hearing into the Port Authority. Next time, hopefully, with a little more substance. For the full interview, visit the KUAM YouTube page. For Guam's News Network, I'm Peter Santos.
The Cannabis Control Board held a meeting Wednesday going over their proposed rules and regulations. The board discussed the viability of micro licenses and the potential for vertical integration. The establishment of these micro licenses would allow for small business startups to enter the industry at a lower, more financially feasible cost. CCB board member William Parkinson said cannabis businesses are a capital-intensive undertaking, and smaller micro licenses will give the small mom-and-pop grower a real opportunity to make a living. Parkinson Parkinson went on to say, in the best case scenario, these smaller licenses can potentially act as a bridge to let a grower achieve a level of success that they can even become a larger grower through their sheer industry and quality. The board went into recess and will reconvene next Wednesday. That's the news for now. We'll see y'all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
Thanks, Tyler. Free COVID-19 testing is being offered today at the Jigo Gym from 9 a.m. to 12 noon. Public Health is offering up to 300 COVID-19 tests on a first-come, first-served basis. Residents are reminded that this is a COVID-19 community testing. There will be no vaccinations offered there today. Only 4 people per car are allowed to be tested. No symptoms are required. Please bring a picture ID. The Joint Information Center reports that out of 553 tests performed Tuesday, a total of 8 returned positive for COVID-19. 6 cases reported recent travel history and were identified in quarantine. To date, there have been a total of 7,618 officially reported cases of COVID-19 on Guam since March of last year. There have been 129 deaths, 82 active cases, and 7,400 recoveries. 6 people remain hospitalized, 2 in ICU, 2 on ventilators. Guam's CAR score is now 0.6. The Guam National Guard continues its Operation Liberate Guam at the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse today through Saturday. However, they are booked to capacity but will accept limited walk-ins hourly. Vaccines are being distributed between 1 and 7 p.m. Again, eligibility criteria has been expanded. Those who are now eligible to be vaccinated include healthcare workers, local and federal law enforcement personnel, child care center employees, adults 55 years and older, Mayor's Council of Guam, limited to mayors, vice mayors, and mayoral staff, funeral homes, mortuary and cemetery staff, service providers contracted with Public Health's Division of Senior Citizens, providing direct patient or client care such as transportation for medical appointments, homebound meals, in-home services, caregiver services, case management, shelter care, adult daycare, and other direct services, and others who are due for dose 2 of the COVID-19 vaccine. Meanwhile, homebound vaccinations are being administered today in Agana Heights, Chalanpago, and Hagatna. A total of 29,504 people have been vaccinated to date. Of that number, 22,595 received their first dose, while 6,909 people have been fully vaccinated. A total of 4,796 doses of the vaccines are left, but a shipment is expected to arrive any day now, and that should be about 17,000 doses. Scientists in the UK say the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine could substantially reduce transmission of COVID-19. Ian Lee is in London with what this means in the battle against the pandemic.
Little scratch coming there.
A double dose of good news. Scientists say the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine not only prevents serious illness, but also drastically cuts the spread of the coronavirus. UK health officials are celebrating the findings.
Now that is really good news. It's very positive because we know that vaccines are the way out of this.
The study from the University of Oxford is the first to document evidence that any COVID vaccine can reduce transmission of the virus.
We found there was a big reduction in people being infected with coronavirus, and because they were not infected, they can't go on and transmit to other people.
The Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine hasn't been approved in the US, but here in the UK, nearly 10 million people have received their first shot. British researchers found it offers 76% protection for 3 months, and the effectiveness of the vaccine increased with a longer gap of 12 weeks before the second dose. That's significant, as the government here is trying to get the vaccine into as many arms as possible by delaying the booster shot.
Well done.
Meaning, the more people who get vaccinated, the more everyone else is protected. Ian Lee, CBS News, London.
And finally, the Guam Fire Department is in receipt of 2 fire trucks from the Department of Agriculture's Forestry and Soil Resources Division. This is part of a program. It's an asset reuse initiative made possible through the Department of Ag's Cooperative Fire Protection Program in partnership with the USDA Forest Service. The 2 trucks have a total value of more than $444,000, which was at no cost to GovGuam. That's your news. Stay tuned for more on the link after the break.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Valentine's Day is coming and love is in the air. On the link, Sabrina and I playing matchmaker. So get a love connection on the link. We're looking for Guam's most eligible bachelors and bachelorettes. And we're going to match you guys up. You're going to go on some free dates for Valentine's Day weekends. Just hop on to KUAM.com, fill out a super easy registration form, and you could be making love on the link. Hey, all right.
Hafa-day. My name is Margarita Gay. I'm a registered nurse at the Department of Public Health and Social Service. The Centers for Disease Control recommends wearing cloth face covering in public places. Don't let your guard down. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at www.dphss.guam.gov.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
These are some of the signs that someone is thinking about suicide. Talking about wanting to die, excessive guilt or shame, and feeling like a burden to others. Feeling empty, hopeless, trapped, or having no reason to live. Feeling extremely sad, anxious, agitated, or full of rage with unbearable emotional or physical pain. Other signs include changing behavior such as making a plan or researching ways to die, withdrawing from friends or saying goodbye, giving away important items or making a will, taking dangerous risks such as driving extremely fast, displaying extreme mood swings, eating or sleeping more or less, and using drugs or alcohol more often. If you or someone you know is showing these warning signs, get help as soon as possible. Call Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's crisis hotline at 647-8833 or 4.
SM Hagaya Guam.
All right, the dance floor is officially open. 7:06. That's the late John Akfaji. Guam. The Link. Good morning. Good morning. Thursday. Yeah, it's Thursday.
Wasn't that the best part of any Chamorro party you've ever been to when they're like, the dance floor is officially open? It's like, well, you know, the old people have been doing the cha-cha on it for the last 40 minutes, so I
Right.
guess, you know.
Yeah. I miss that, though, watching the Manamco dance.
Yeah.
Right?
I did a whole thing for In the Mix, and we went to the Chamorro Village
I was
as
just
a
gonna
Wednesday night.
Yeah.
And man, it is
Man,
so awesome.
there's a couple of couples. The Manamco man, there's one guy, Elvis.
Mhm.
Right? You know Elvis?
Yeah.
They call him Elvis.
Mhm.
Then there's the other guy. You know, it's kind of like a buff guy, and he has a ponytail.
Mhm.
You know who I'm talking about?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, these guys are great. You know,
But
everybody.
they do the turns and all that.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
all I know is the 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, they're definitely professional grade cha-chars, right? I mean, I just kind of like try and hide behind people when I go on the dance floor. I'm like, let me just find you. Okay, I'm going to hide behind you and just move my shoulders. But I was thinking about that too. Night market, man. Remember that thing, the night market? Yeah, that's
It's been
all.
almost a year, right?
It's been a long time. 7:07. Let's go into the Zoom room now, where we got Frank the Crank Camacho, UFC fighter, but kind of doing a little something different here, Frank, with the 24-hour run walk to raise awareness and raise money for the Guam Homeless Coalition. Right? Good morning, Frank.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for having me.
Good morning. 24 hours.
Yeah, it's a 24-hour, right?
I'm realizing that that I'm on the link now. There's no turning back.
So talk about so who are you partnered with to do this, and how did this all come about?
Yeah, so actually, you know, man, being a UFC fighter, right? I gotta stay physically in shape, right, for just at least a little bit. And I went running. I went running one day, and today honestly felt I had no endpoint. You know, I just kind of kept running. I mean, I didn't run for 24 hours. I probably did like the most I've ever ran was probably 10 miles, and I don't know. It was like, I don't know. I got the runner's high or like this epiphany or whatever, and I just it really just felt like the scene out of Forrest Gump when I was running, where I just kept running, you know, and I just kept running. And I was like, you know, I've always wanted to challenge myself physically, but more so mentally. And what way to do it through running. So I was going to do something crazy like this anyway, you know, being the fighter that I am. And I was like, you know, during the run, you know, I was just seeing people like panhandling and everything. And then it was an interview with you guys, Mark,
Apron,
I think.
Yeah.
He was a homeless veteran.
Yeah.
And holy moly, dude, that interview just really spoke to me, you know. There was a lot of misconceptions that I was that were answered, you know, a lot of myths, a lot of misconceptions, and I was just like, holy moly, there's this whole thing is not, you know, my idea of someone being homeless is you know, someone all wrinkly and, you know, maybe like they look like they're you know, having like drug addictions, and it's just the misconceptions of all these different things through my mind. And that interview just really opened my mind to do some research. And man, since I've been doing that, I was like, you know, might as well, you know, get two birds with one stone. Let me do this 24-hour thing. On the selfish side, I've always wanted to challenge myself and see how many miles I can crank out in 24 hours. And I actually Chris, and he contacted the Guam Homeless Coalition, freaking gave them the idea, and then I Scroll, you know, he throws events, he knows the proper way of how to do all this stuff. I'm just kind of like, hey man, I'm gonna go run, dude. So, you know, we partnered up with Matt, and yeah, now there's no turning back. On the 12th, I think like at 8 a.m. I'm gonna start from Mauricio Pier. I'm gonna work my way up to Retidian Point, and then just keep going till the clock ends. You know, if I can, right? Like here I am acting all tough, but right when I get to Agana, I might be like, shoot, I don't know what the heck I'm doing.
Crank, are you going to go? So you're going to start at Molesto Pier. Are you going through the Agate-Matic way or in around Talafofo?
Probably gonna go Agate way.
Okay, all right. And then, so guys, just to kind of put it all together here, he's doing a 24-hour run walk to raise awareness on the issue of homelessness on Guam, and then also raise funds for the Guam Homeless Coalition. But there's some ground rules with that you guys came up with for this, right, Frank? What are those? And then also, how can people give you money, or how can they get this money to the Homeless Coalition?
Yeah, so one of the ground rules is that I'm not able to buy food or any drinks on the way, so I can only receive upon donation. Another rule is once I get into like a vehicle, I'm automatically disqualified, within this 24-hour span.
Yeah.
And I can't sleep indoors. So if I was to ever sleep or take a nap or rest, I have to kind of just stay outdoors, and people can donate. We just got the okay for people to donate in-kind goods to the Salvation Army with Julian Santos. Diapers, baby wipes, baby soap, shampoo, laundry detergent, feminine hygiene products, toothpaste, toothbrush, combs, first aid kits, like infant formula. And we also have a link on guamtime.net where you can donate you can make monetary donations via credit card or PayPal, and again 100% of the proceeds will be going to the Guam Homeless Coalition.
We got in the comments here, I don't know if you're related to this Francisco Camacho, but asking, can others join the run walk?
I mean, I'm not saying, I'm not trying to be like, hey, let's all go because sempre masaulog do yung magawaga. Yeah, no, but there's I guess like there's COVID restrictions, but hey, I'm not gonna hold you back from wanting to exercise for 24 hours.
Right.
But the more awareness that we can promote, and would just be awesome. Everyone should, if you're gonna come and exercise for 24 hours, get creative and so that we can spread awareness on this, because it's just the last few days of doing some research. It's just really, it's such a complex situation, and a lot of people in Guam are homeless.
Yeah, it's pretty overwhelming, Frank. So
I can't imagine having Sarah, 8 months pregnant, and my 2 boys out on the street, with no home. You know what I mean? And dude, it's just mind blowing. And also too, like, anyway, I don't got $1 million, bro. You know what I mean? But I got 2 working feet. So if I can spread awareness like that, why not?
All right. So this is happening next, Friday? What time?
We're planning to start around 8 a.m. on Friday. I think it's February 12th. Again, the route we're looking at starting from Molesto Pier, and then we're going to be working our way up to Retidian Point, just taking Marine Drive all the way up north. So,
well, it's a scenic route, that's for sure.
Yeah, so I mean, the first part of the route's gonna kill me, dude, because I'm like, holy moly, dude, the hills of Umatic are gonna kill me. But once I get to flat ground, I think it would be a little easier.
Maybe you could do, because it's a run walk, you could do the walk through, Molesto, Agate, Umatic, and then maybe run when you hit the flat of Agate.
Hey, okay, that's another thing too, right? I'm thinking like, hey, I'm going to be walking probably 99% of the
time. So maybe you should call it a walk-run.
A walk-run, yeah, for sure.
Stroll. Frank, so I guess let's get you on. I'd love to get you on when you kick it off Friday, right? That'd be pretty cool. So, and then we'll there's a link on guamtime.net if you guys want to make monetary donations. And then they're also able to get in-kind donations for the Guam Homeless Coalition, to include baby formula, sanitizers, all that kind of stuff, feminine hygiene products. What else, Frank?
And then for those that are online, just you guys, this week and starting next week, I'm going to start kind of, pushing out content on just kind of educating people on like homelessness, like the myths, misconceptions of what's really going on, you know, stuff that I'm constantly learning.
Right.
And yeah, it's crazy. And it's I've been getting of like people, you know, like kids that are constantly having to battle this, you know. So I mean, it's very, very complex.
Right.
Shoot, you guys know a lot about it, you know, and you guys hear a lot about it. So it's I'm glad that I'm able to somehow shine some light on it and talk about it.
That's cool that you use your platform. I mean, you got a huge platform, but you use it to raise awareness about different issues. It's cool. It's to be commended.
Yep.
So yeah, let's shoot for next Friday, Frank, if we can. And then any other info you want us to get out before then, we're here to help.
No, man, please donate, please help. Honk or even a wave, you know, when you see me on the road would help. And yeah, thank you.
Got it.
Thank
Shoot.
you.
There you go, Frank the Crank doing his 24-hour walk run. walk run. To raise awareness on the homeless and to raise funds and goods for the Guam Homeless Coalition. 717. Before we get too backed up, let's keep it going here in the KUAM News Zoom room. Senator Chris Duenas of the Republican minority is here, and we're kind of just going to dive right into the legislature's drug policy. I'm not even sure what it is.
Let's just start there then.
Yeah,
Does the legislature have a drug-free workplace policy?
Hey, thanks a lot, Chris and Bree, for this opportunity. And just a few seconds here, Frank the Crank, that's really inspiring, taking on another fight, and our office is going to support you. So we'll figure out how to do that today. But, you know, Chris and Bree, great question. In the establishment of this, the standing rules for this 36 Guam legislature, there was included a drug-free workplace policy. It's pretty standard in terms of establishing it, but the reason why I sent out the release and have been proactive from my office perspective is that, you know, from what I understand, there's some conversation with the comptroller establishing the account, you know, finding out who the vendor is going to be and this whole thing about going through that process. But, you know, our staffs pretty much are in place, and, you know, we didn't do our drug testing like if you were normally hired in the government of Guam. So with all this controversy and a lot of these conversations and inquiries to our office, first of all, let me say that when I hired my staff, I made it very clear our office is a drug-free workplace, and we take, you know, taxpayer dollars. We believe they're sacred, and we believe that you know, that we have to you know, live up to the example that we ask government agencies and other organizations to live up to in terms of a drug-free workplace. My staff completely agreed, and they understood that I have a zero tolerance policy. I also have a safe harbor policy. If one of my staff was to come to me and say that I have a problem, I have a drug, alcohol, or any other abuse problem, I will allow them the proper leave and to seek treatment, and then we'll talk about their employment going forward, you know, if they're able to get through their problem. But I just wanted to make this statement that our office is going to lead by example. We're paying for our own test. There will be no government resources used for it. And then what we will do is continue to follow the legislature's program once it's stood up and operational. And also just to put a cap on this point, our drug tests are going to be random. They're not going to be, we have asked the provider to contact us during normal business hours over the next 10 days and let us know within 1 hour, and we'll be at the facility for testing.
Senator, so you said that this is the policy for the 36th. Do you know offhand if this was also the policy in the 35th and 34th?
You know, I don't know. I wasn't paying close enough attention at that point, other than watching policies coming out of the 35th. I think that'd be a great question for the executive director. But I don't know, and maybe not, because I think this was an adoption within the 36th, but I don't want to go on record saying that it wasn't part of the 35th. But I know that it appeared to be something new in the 36th.
Yeah, because I remember was it last term, Bree?
What?
When they were talking about the constitutionality of.
Right, I think it was Senator James Moylan. He wanted to, let's see, amend the standing rules.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I know that even this conversation, and I wanted to go into this, you guys. You know, I really think that there's a lot of unnecessary, really, I guess I can't call it anything else but bickering between the issues with the port. I really think that the chairwoman and the committee is just trying to get to the bottom of some high-profile, spotlight that's been put on the port. I know there's a lot of excellent employees down there. I've worked with a lot of them in the past in my world of being in the maritime industry, and I know there's a lot of good folks. But with incidents and a lot of the press around it, I just hope that we can continue to work with the organization, to say that we're just trying to get to the bottom line of things, and it's the people of Guam, that have questions, and it shouldn't just be the port. It should be government-wide, that we constantly revisit our drug-free workplace policies. And a lot of people that are applying for jobs within the government, let's face it, there's a lot of people who want to get into the government, who have worked hard. They have the education, they have the skills, they have everything that they need to do that, and they don't have a record. So they just want to make sure that there's a level playing field. I'm all about second chances, but I think first chances are appropriate too.
How about seventh chances? How do you feel about seventh chances?
Well, I would say that management has to, answer to that at that point. Yeah. I mean, I'm not one to basically say what the operational needs are for any organization, but I will say that I would tend to believe that with the list of applicants in the government of Guam, there are plenty of very qualified people that could work for our government, serve our people well, and so I think management has to answer to that. I don't know that would be my choice.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you, Senator, that I feel like this whole conversation, I mean, I don't know why you and the other senators are bothering to even explain what you're trying to do. You're trying to do your job. Your job is to have oversight over government agencies. And these government agencies, specifically the port, they're just not staying in their lane. I mean, people are getting attacked for simply raising questions about the drug testing policy. So you don't got to come here and explain what you're trying to do or why you're trying to do it. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I just feel like, with the port being one of the places where the meth is coming in, ask any law enforcement person. There has to be a little more stringent of a standard, maybe, right? But I guess it's good to see that you guys your office is leading by example. But let me ask you this. What about marijuana? So marijuana is legal. If you do a random test,
yeah, so
then how are you going to address
about that in our office, and my decision at this point, Chris, is to not penalize employees if they test positive for THC, simply because it is a legal substance. And what I want to do with that is basically, if that does come through on a test, what I want to do is I want to make it clear, just like if you can't come into the office drunk, you can't come into the office where you're impaired on any other prescription medicine. You can't work for the people and perform your duties if you are not capable of entering the workplace sober. So what I would do at that point is counsel and say, if obviously this is a legal substance that you're using, I don't know if you're doing it for medicinal reasons or otherwise, but I just want to be clear that I will be paying attention to performance and making sure that it doesn't inhibit your performance and you're not using in the workplace.
Does the legislature's drug-free workplace policy allow for random drug testing?
I don't believe so. That's something that we're doing specifically in our office. The questions that have been forwarded to my office have been, first of all, did you do the traditional entrance into GovGuam service, which I believe every government of Guam job, at least when I was an administrator, every new hire, that is the prerequisite. Prior to finalizing your employment is the clearance of a drug test. I think that would be the first step from what I understand from the policy. And then going forward, I believe it's basically up to the offices. Say, for example, there's reasonable suspicion or the like, I think they could order a test. But yeah, it's pre-employment. From what I understand, it's pretty standard GovGuam policy.
Is random drug testing just because Rory was talking about the AG's opinion regarding drug testing?
Yeah, so I'm aware of that. I think really what that comes down to, Bree, in our environment, we're the legislature and every office can operate the way they want to. If my employees were upset about the fact that I was administering a random drug test, starting with myself, I want to be clear, this starts from me. I asked the company to test me first on a random basis. So I am not going to ask somebody to do something I won't do myself. The thing is that, I understand the constitutionality, and I'm not trying to go against that AG's opinion, but I think what's very clear, Chris and Bree and Jason, there is that in test designated positions, there's no safe harbor for law enforcement. In a position where you have a critical job, random. I disagree a little bit with Rory's position on this, that requires a very high level of reasonable suspicion. I believe if we hold our officers, our frontline workers, and everything else to that policy, that there has to be an understanding that there is a randomness to the testing to have that kind of teeth, really. But I understand the AG's opinion and I respect it. I think that with our office, it's optional, and I just want to be as transparent as possible. And my staff completely supports my position.
Right on.
All right.
Okay. But let me ask you this, Senator Duenas, because I know that a lot of people want to work for the government of Guam in a capacity, in the jobs where you have to get the drug test as a condition of employment. But there are people who smoke weed out here who will fail that drug test and won't be able to get in. So do you think that we need to revisit any of the laws about drug testing so that we don't punish those people who are smoking marijuana, not on the job, in a responsible way? Because, with the testing with the weed, it's like you could smoke a joint last week, you show up to work today, you drug test me, I'm going to test positive, but it doesn't necessarily mean that I'm stoned or whatever at the time. So is this something you think legislatively you guys should address? Go ahead.
Yeah, so Chris, when the legislation was coming forward, both medicinal and full legalization, this was an issue that was brought up by Department of Administration. I know that Mike Schnepp and some of his other team, I met with them personally, and they said that it is key for them to propose workplace policy and hiring practices policy from DOA on this issue, given the fact that the law has changed. So I think, Chris and Bree, what we should do then now is circle back to DOA, because they are the hiring authority. They are the ones who are going to exercise the discretion. And so when I was talking to Mike before about this, his position was that they should tailor it similar to alcohol policy and other policies. The problematic issue is that when you're dealing with THC and marijuana as a substance, you have a longer period of time in terms of how long that would remain in your system. So I think the issue really is, it's going to be a different policy, but I really think at this point that should emulate from DOA, because they're the HR of the government of Guam, and I don't know any institution that, even if they are an autonomous agency or anything else, I don't know any organization within the government that's not following the DOA rules and regs. So I think we need to bounce that to DOA. And I'm not deflecting. I'm just saying they have to administer it. So it has to be something that they feel is proper and has been vetted through proper authorities.
Well, I appreciate the posture, Senator Duenas, because I see the port response. It's something like, oh, you want us to drug test our people? Well, you're not drug testing your people, so why should we? When it should actually be everybody drug test whoever they got to drug test, right? So thanks.
It's really hard to sit there on the dais of the legislature and wag your finger at anybody when you haven't taken that initiative yourself. So I think that's wrong. I didn't feel as though it was an adversarial conversation to try to ask questions to any government agency about their workplace policy. But I guess other folks from the outside, which rightly so, I guess, hey, point finger back to you. So yeah, absolutely. When those kind of things happen, we should step up and demonstrate that we're willing to accept that if you're going to, if we increased our budget by $5 million and cut education, that wouldn't make any sense at all, right? So it's the same thing. If we're going to ask for proper workplace policy, then we should have a very robust policy ourselves.
Thank you, Senator.
Hey, thanks, Chris and Bree, and Frank the Crank. Go, man. We're going to figure out how to support you today. So I always appreciate the opportunity, you guys.
See you,
Right,
see you,
thank
Senator
you.
Duenas. 7:31. This is the link. Let's keep it in the Zoom room where we have from the Department of Public Health and Social Services, the Environmental Health Administrator, Mary Lou Scroggs, and the PIO, Janella Carrera. Good morning, ladies.
Hi, good morning. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Bree.
Good morning.
Unmute, Mary Lou.
Good morning, Chris, and good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good morning. So let me just start with something we talked about earlier. So I went out to Rotary Sushi the other night, and when I dined there a month ago, the Rotary part was open and you could get the plates of the sushi. When I went to dine there the other night, it was closed off. And I said, oh, what happened? And they said, oh, public health came in here. And they're like, oh, no, you can't be doing that. So, I mean, I know that's a little anecdotal, but maybe you could start with that and then kind of, Mary Lou, if you can, talk about the different inspections that you guys are conducting with the COVID protocols in restaurants and businesses.
Okay, so at this time, we've been busy conducting assessment on the school because they're back to face-to-face learning. We've done GCC, and we're so impressed with their plan and their protocols. They're really following their plan and adhering to the executive order and public health guidance. We did JFK yesterday, and we're more impressed because they're really following their COVID plans and adhering to the executive order and public health guidance. Maybe because there are not much students that still attending this face-to-face learning. As per our staff, there's even a class there's only one student or two students in a class. So at this time, we don't have any issues or problems with the school, and we're continuing to do that. On Wednesday and Thursday, that's the only time that we do public schools because that's their schedule for face-to-face learning. So on Monday, Tuesday, and Friday, we will be assessing the private schools, just like the Catholic and Christian schools. And there's a CDC representative that's following us and assisting us in doing the assessment to make sure that they're in line or they're following the CDC guidelines, public health, and the executive orders.
When does that when does that begin? I'm sorry.
It dropped.
When does
Yes,
that, I'm sorry. When does that begin?
When it comes to complaints, it really dropped. We're only receiving few complaints right now because maybe the congregation went up to 25. So we don't receive much complaints at this time.
So how long have you guys been doing these school inspections?
We just started this week because of lack of resources. We have we have so much priorities that they're pulling our staff to reassign to other activities, COVID activities.
So are you guys...
at this time, we have only 3 inspectors that goes out regularly.
So you're behind in inspections, Mary Lou?
Not really behind. Just like childcare, because we're mandated by law, we're federally funded for that. So we're still able to conduct the quarterly inspections of all childcare centers.
Have you guys been able to? I thought you guys were going to hire more people or train more people to do the inspections.
I know there's two pending. There's two pending. That's our administrative officers working on to hire two more, or no, four more. But I don't know what is the status of that.
But just so
Those are funded positions because it was vacated because of resignation and promotion.
When you say lack of resources, is any of that related to maybe some of the DEH staff have been detailed to go help with the vaccines or whatever?
Yes, we have two staff that were pulled since last year, and from time to time they will request us to assist. So we will be sending a few of our inspectors to assist on the vaccination outreach or the testing.
Just again, Mary Lou, 3 inspectors. That's all you guys got.
Yes, 3 inspectors are doing regular inspection because other inspectors, they're assigned to other programs, just like the consumer commodities, the detainment of commodities that's coming in. So
How many total though? How many total inspectors do you have?
Okay, we have 10, including me and Rosanna, the administrators, but we have two senior staff that on extended medical leave since last year.
So there,
8, right?
So
8.
there's 3.
Eight on
8
on a full-time status.
Yeah, 8, and 3 are only doing the inspections, and the rest are detailed.
There's 6. Yeah, there's 6 that can do the inspection, but they're assigned to other programs because we're also starting to actively doing mosquito surveillance because what we don't want is to have another dengue outbreak. So we started actively doing mosquito surveillance. This week we have the entomologists to assist us in starting to spray, how to do the spraying, because we have the certification, but when the actual spraying, we don't have the training yet. So he's here to do the training for that.
So just so I'm clear, the 3 inspectors that you have doing the inspections, are they responsible for, because you have the COVID-19 inspections and you have the sanitary inspections, it's just the 3 that are doing?
At this time, yeah, they're the one regularly doing those inspections.
Oh, so when's the last time you guys have even inspected, let's say, just a restaurant?
The last time we've been doing we've been doing also restaurants. Just yesterday we did 5 because it takes long for us to do one inspection because we do the sanitation inspection and we do also the compliance inspection. So there's 2 types of inspection that we do every time we go out. So and they go in team. So one inspection, there are times that it's only one inspector going to do on their own. But there are times that both of them, to make it faster, so one will be doing sanitation, one will be doing the COVID compliance inspection. And on the weekend, we always go out because that's the time that
people are out.
There are some restaurants operating just like a bar that we always see complaints.
Yeah, I saw something about a karaoke bar being open, Mary Lou, on Facebook. How is that able to happen?
I don't know, Chris, how it happened. We don't have any control on that. And when we receive the complaint, it's already after the fact. So when we go out there, we don't see anything because they're already closed.
Yeah, because we were thinking, maybe they're serving tuna sandwich, and that's how they're able to open.
Yeah.
But it was like a karaoke bar. So I mean, I remember everyone saying like, "Oh, if you sing loud, that everyone's gonna get COVID." So I was just wondering, and I mean, I sent it to Director Art, but we didn't get anything back. But I know you guys are busy.
But karaoke
Well,
bars
the one
can't be
thing
open.
the one thing that we do encourage the community to do is, as soon as they are aware of any of these violations or potential violations, to report them right away, whether it's to environmental health or to Guam police. If they take a picture or a video or something, I mean, report it right away. And even if, as Mary Lou is reporting, we have lack of resources or low resources, we have the ability, even on the weekends, especially on the weekends, to go out and inspect. As she mentioned, by the time we get there, sometimes the activities already, they've dispersed. So the sooner you report, the sooner we'll be able to go out there and be able to observe the activity as it's happening.
With this shortage of inspectors, how confident are you guys that we're going to be able to really take a close look at the bars when they reopen? And is that something that's under you guys?
We do have the partnership of GPD, and I know you had Sergeant Paul Tapal yesterday, and he mentioned, I recall you asked me about Joy Luck Club, which we did receive the complaint about. And when we did go out, we didn't observe anything, but fortunately we had the partnership of GPD and they were able to go out and issue a citation. So we have partnerships like that. And so we're fortunate to have that kind of support with GPD. So even if we're not able to go out and do those types of inspections or issue citations, we have that type of partnership. So with their support, we can continue those kinds of efforts.
But are they trained to look at the public health protocols?
Not on the sanitary side, but at least in terms of enforcing the executive order, we have that side. And if for the sanitary inspection side, then we can go in and do any type of inspection.
So can a karaoke bar be open if they're serving tuna sandwiches? Or food or whatever? Hot dogs. Poo-poos.
The little shot glass, the chorizo, the one with the chorizo, the rice, yeah.
I mean, it's pretty much we know it's a bar. It's a karaoke bar. Can they be open?
Can you repeat that again?
Can a karaoke bar open if they serve some type of food? Because it looks like that's how the bars that are open are the bars that are open now, is they're serving food. So it's more of like, oh, we're a restaurant / bar, not a bar restaurant.
Okay, even if they're serving food, if their category under sanitary permit is bar, they're not allowed to. If we found those violations, then we cite them and stop them of doing that activity. But what I noticed this time is there's a few bars that's been coming to our office, trying to amend their license and their permit to a cafe, to a restaurant, to a short order establishment. Right. But now because they come and apply that they will be approved, we have to go back and do an assessment. And there's a few, I remember maybe 2 that were that we approved to convert to a tavern, to a restaurant, because they have a full kitchen. They meet the requirements as a restaurant.
I see.
And one of them is Horse and Cow. They have a full kitchen and they serve food, so they were approved as a restaurant.
So that's pretty much what you have to have. You just have to have a full kitchen if you're...
Yes. And meet the sanitary inspection.
Right.
Okay.
I see.
Or pass the sanitary inspection.
So let me ask you, Mary Lou, you said you know of a couple bars that have kind of had all their licenses switched up so they can remain open. Is it just those 2? Because are you tracking other establishments that have done the same thing? Are we getting a lot of bars that are coming in and switching up their game to be restaurants? Or
no,
just the
not
2?
a lot. There's only a few. But most of them it's denied because they don't meet the requirements.
So like a karaoke bar, they didn't switch their business license up?
For business license, they're not it's not really necessary to amend their business license, because on the business license, all bars, restaurant, and retail or supermarket, it's retail. The description on their business license is only sale of food and beverages. So it's not necessary for them to go back to revenue tax and amend or change their business license. It's only with public health.
Wow. How many of you guys denied, would you say, in the past few months?
It's only a few, if I remember, because my staff consulted me. There's about 3 that I remember.
So it should be pretty easy if you just look at which bars have converted and you've allowed, and then which ones are out here open selling food, right? But then you've only got 3 inspectors. Tough. I don't know what to say anymore.
I know.
No further questions, Your Honor.
It's just, you got to be careful to me, like when you go out and eat. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Mary Lou, so with the reopening of the bars, we're getting Mary Rhodes on to find out where we are with that. With the plans and everything, are you guys the ones that have to approve that? And are we looking at any bars, like bars, being able to reopen by, let's say, Super Bowl Monday? Which is, that's Monday.
Can you repeat that again?
Are you guys going to approve any bars and their reopening plans by Monday for Super Bowl? No. Okay.
I don't think we have any requests pending.
Okay.
Yeah.
In time for Monday.
Okay.
Yeah.
You good, Bree?
Yeah. Was there anything else?
I do have, today we have our drive-through mass testing in Jigo Gym, 9 to 12. So encouraging the community to come out, please get tested. It's I don't know if this morning when I stepped outside, it was kind of drizzling, but hopefully the weather will cooperate with us today. So, but it is a drive-through, so you'll be covered in your car.
Is there any update on the whether or not the shipment of vaccines have arrived yet?
You know, I believe we are expecting a shipment tonight and then another one this weekend. So hopefully we get one of the batches tonight, and that's for the Moderna. So we are anticipating a shipment to arrive tonight.
Are there any issues with the clinics receiving a restock of the vaccine at this time?
We are getting requests from some of the clinics, but of course we have to tell them, just wait for the shipment to arrive, because some of the clinics are running low on their stock because they're getting a lot of patients coming in and getting vaccines. So as soon as we replenish our supply with the shipment coming in, then we'll provide more inventory or more vaccines to them as well.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Janella.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris and Sabrina.
Mary Lou, good luck.
Yeah, Mary Lou.
I'm going to send some applications your way.
Make sure they have a full kitchen.
Right, yeah. Okay, I'll see you. Good morning. It's 7:49.
Wow.
Wow, that's just, it's always been an issue. That doesn't make it okay,
they've
though.
always been short-staffed.
Yeah.
But, their workload is like quadrupled since the pandemic because of the sanitary, the COVID inspections, and now making sure that everybody's complying with the executive orders.
Yeah, all 3 of their inspectors.
Right. She said they had 10 staff, 2 medical leave, 3, right?
3 doing inspections.
And the rest...
2 have been detailed to help with...
No, 2 are on medical leave, I think she said, and the rest are detailed to help with all the other responsibilities, like the vaccination clinics. Because I remember I saw a picture somewhere on Instagram that Tom Nadeau, he was at one of the vaccination
Right.
clinics working.
Right.
And he's like the head dude
Right.
for the Division of Environmental Health.
Yeah, so I mean, it's troubling, man, because, part of what we need to do to be safe is to be able to monitor these places that are open, not just from like the COVID protocol side, but also just the regular health
Yeah.
sanitation side.
It's like, those A ratings, those B ratings.
Yeah.
Take a look at them the next time you go to a restaurant, and when was the last time
Or
that
don't,
place.
or don't
Or-
if you
yeah.
want to enjoy your meal, because
Yeah, they inspect everything. Even swimming pools, you
Right.
know, all of that.
yeah.
But they're going out, like she said, they're going out to the Catholic schools, and they're
Mhm.
going to start doing inspections. Did she say Monday, Wednesday, Friday? That's,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. And hey, look at that. Wow. Mention the Catholic schools and look
What
who
a
shows up
segue.
in the Zoom room. Dr. Juan Flores, Catholic School Superintendent. Good morning, Juan.
It's unmute.
Good morning.
Half a day.
So if they're coming out to inspect, I'll warn the schools. But actually, one of the reasons I wanted to come on was to let folks know that I've been to almost all the schools, watching little 2-year-olds, walking 6 feet behind each other, or kids in classrooms with their masks on and teachers behind sneeze guards. It looks pretty good. I think the students are practicing social distancing, wearing their masks. If not, then they're being reminded. And I think that was the important thing.
Right.
I have not met, this whole week, I haven't met one student who said he or she was not happy to be back in school.
Right.
So that's a very encouraging thing for the kids.
So I know that you guys had talked about when you open up the face-to-face right away after the first couple of days, there were a lot of parents who wanted, I want to get my kids in now. So have you guys kind of reconciled that waiting list, and are there any issues with class sizes if so many people want their kids to go back to face-to-face?
With the exception of the high schools, almost all the schools already reduced their enrollments to accommodate the right number of students in each school. So if you went to a school, an elementary school right now, there might be 14 kids in the classroom and 1 or 2 are at home, and they're on Google Meet or on Zoom. In some cases, there may be more. In some cases, if they had 2 sections of one grade, one section is just for those who are back on campus. The other section is for all the kids who are online, if there are that many kids who are not coming back. But for a couple of weeks, more families are bringing their kids back to school, but we already counted those kids when we dealt with enrollment. And much of that was set up last August. You remember we had, for most schools, at least a week of face-to-face instruction already. So, the schools knew what to expect.
So in your, I guess, inspections or visits to all of the Catholic schools, was there any issues that you saw needed to be addressed, or did everybody get, flying grades?
Yeah, so one of the things that I did was I just reviewed the school's guidelines, the ones we turned into public health. We're still waiting to get an acknowledgement that those guidelines are okay, but we followed what public health suggested to us. Most of those guidelines are all being followed. And in some cases, they're easy to follow because they just follow the normal flow. For some schools, the kids have to remember which stairway is up and which stairway comes down, so that they're not running into each other. But I think they're doing well. And I think the hardest part, I was at one school where the teacher was teaching the kids to spread their arms and make sure that their arms never touch somebody else when the other kids' arms are also spread out. So I think for the smaller kids, especially the younger kids, it's an adjustment because they're glad to be back, but they know they can't play and they can't interact like they used to.
Has there been any issues, I guess, with like transportation or anything like that? Everything's.
I haven't heard of any, but I did hear from a couple of principals that some of the students who initially said they wanted to use bus transportation have opted not to. So I'll spend next week getting reports from the schools and then working with Vince Ariola to make sure that those operations are going well.
I know when we spoke, I know Chris spoke to you, was it a couple weeks ago, but when I spoke to you before, we were talking about procurement because of the funding that, private schools get from GDOE that it, I guess, kind of administers the federal funds. Has all of that been sorted out? Have you got all of the stuff that you guys, put in your request for?
Sabrina, unfortunately, no. There are 3 items that we were specifically hoping to get processed quickly before kids came back or soon after kids came back. Sneeze guards for every desk for all the elementary schools, sneeze guards for the cafeterias for the high schools, and then HEPA filters for all the classrooms. We just got word yesterday, after a month, the quotations went in a month ago, and we just got word yesterday that the purchase order for the HEPA filters have now been released. We're looking into make sure the specifications that we asked for are being followed in the purchase order. So I've let Mr. Fernandez know that I'm really disappointed. I don't know what it's going to take to get the process to go quicker, but when the health and well-being of the students is at stake and it continues to drag on, I think there needs to be some change in the system. And we are in an emergency situation. I'm not saying we ought to just ignore procurement laws, but as I've said before, somebody's got to start losing sleep to make sure things are done more quickly. A lot of it is being done electronically. In the old days, when I was at DOE, if you needed to get something done quickly, you literally had to walk from office to office or drive from office to office. Now, most of it is done electronically. So I'm not sure I understand why those reviews and those processes are not being taken care of more quickly.
Right.
But I get nice, polite responses when I ask almost every week. But it's really tough for me because I've got to go back to the principals and the teachers and explain to them that, the process is not in our hands. Mm-hmm. And so we're at the mercy of DOE's efforts.
Could be a part of the reason why also is because these products are not here. They can't be purchased locally.
Well, that is part of the problem. The thing is, if it takes 4 weeks just to get to the point where a purchase order is going to be produced, the vendor, I know when the vendor turned in a quotation, the vendor said it would take 30 to 45 days to get the equipment here. Mm-hmm. Or another vendor said it's going to take about 30 days just to produce the sneeze guards. Mm-hmm. So we looked into that and we worried that we were already behind the 8 ball when the requisitions went in. The problem is now we've added 4 weeks to that process. Yeah. This is not in the hands of the vendors. We know that they're up against having to bring things in, but I just think that something needs to change in that process. Mm-hmm. I've asked Mr. Fernandez if we need to go to the governor to find out if another government agency can help with the procurement process, right? Because it is problematic.
Well, the superintendent, I want to say he does meet quite frequently with the lieutenant governor. Do private schools kind of get that same courtesy?
I've been meeting with the lieutenant governor every week. We've had a couple times when we've had to cancel. Mm-hmm. But yeah, and probably more importantly, I've been meeting also with Stephanie Flores from the Clearinghouse office. And she's very responsive. And I don't want to bash DOE completely because we've been getting a lot of support from the Federal Programs Office, even if it means that support is in the form of clarifying our requisitions or getting us to dot our I's and cross our T's to do things correctly. But they've been very good about responding as quickly as possible. So now it's down to the procurement office, to the business office to get things done. And I got to tell you, it's really disappointing. So I don't know if the Lieutenant Governor's office or the Lieutenant Governor himself can do something about that process. But, you know, I did send word to Stephanie this morning, and she has already responded early this morning about, you know, part of the second round of funding for the CARES Act calls for assistance for non-public schools, direct assistance for non-public schools. I'm not sure if Guam qualifies for that, because when I looked at only 4 states so far have applied for that funding, and the deadline is February 8th. But when I looked at the list of all the states and territories, Guam was not included. Puerto Rico is the only non-state to be listed on that list. So I don't know if we don't qualify. I didn't see the full text of the legislation.
Well, you're a former superintendent of the Guam Department of Education.
Or I am?
Yeah, you. I mean, what would you do if you were in charge to kind of resolve this and move this along quicker?
I think that one of the things that needs to happen is that maybe there isn't enough staff, but because of what's going on, there are some staff members who could be freed up, who have the knowledge and skills or can be trained very quickly to help with the processes. And again, because most of these processes are electronic, these folks don't have to physically be in the office together. So that's what I would do. That's the first thing I would do. And you know, the bottom line is everybody's got to pay attention to what's best for the health and well-being of the students. And that includes those in the non-public schools. Now, some of the schools, and you know this, Sabrina, some of the schools have taken matters into their own hands, and they've spent money on buying their own filters, they've spent money buying their own sneeze guards, and that's great that they have those resources. The thing that bothers me is when the Catholic schools having limited resources, that's taking money away from what could be academic resources that the schools could be using. Mm-hmm. But because they're prioritizing health and well-being, their boards or their finance councils have chosen to make those decisions.
And public schools, they're 1 day a week face-to-face as opposed to private schools, it's 5 days a week? Is that correct?
I don't know if it's just 1 day a week, but I know it's very limited. Mm-hmm. I mean, I asked a teacher the other day why, if there are only 25% of the kids coming to face-to-face, why don't they just assign 25% of the teachers and have those kids come to school every day? I mean, one of the things that we're seeing in the Catholic schools is because the kids are there every day, they're getting used to the routine. That coming to school is and following the protocols is no longer a novelty. It's the way we do things now. And I think that helps. But also the expectation is the teachers have to be on top of what's going on with the students. So, I mean, I've talked with some of the principals, with most of the principals now, about what are we doing to make sure that we're going to help the students catch up before the end of the school year so that they're going to be ready for the next grade, because that's a critical issue. We're trying to set up some activities after school, which is part of our CARES Act funding. We might do it maybe even on Saturdays, but to give those kids a fighting chance to get to the point where they're going to be ready for school next year.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Juan. I mean, I know for a fact that at the school that my son attends, man, that our principal is on it. He's out there every morning. Every time I pick up my son, you know, he's out there. He's helping with traffic, with, you know, temperature checks, everything. So, you know, one of the reasons I told Mr. Crisostomo yesterday, one of the reasons I was visiting schools, even without letting them know, is when parents ask me what's really going on in the schools, if I see the social distancing, if I see the kids wearing their masks, if I see them washing their hands in the new sinks that they have, I could tell the parents that they're really following the guidelines that they put on paper. Because that's an important thing. We've got to have some, you know, credibility. You know, Ronald Reagan says that trust is great, but you got to have verification. And
it's easy for the principals to say they're following things. I want to support them by actually going and seeing what they're doing and making sure that if they need something, and we're gearing up for a next round of funding, and I'm asking the principals to identify those things. They're going to keep our kids safe first, but then also advance the teaching and learning in the classrooms because of the pandemic.
Well, before we let you go, I wanted to give you the opportunity to discuss or say anything about Catholic Schools Week.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Before we let you go, just wanted to give you the opportunity to say what you wanted to say, because it is Catholic Schools Week.
That's right. Even though really every week in the Catholic schools is Catholic Schools Week. But this is the week when all the students and the faculty and staff are showing their appreciation for their pastors, for their teachers, for the parents, for the benefactors, for all the people who support the schools. And at the same time, I mean, the governor had a great proclamation signing on Monday. Tomorrow, the Archbishop, this is going to be new for us. The Archbishop is celebrating Mass tomorrow morning, and we're hoping as many of the students, faculty, and staff will participate virtually. But he'll be saying the Mass at Father Duenas, but it'll be live streamed to all the schools. And for any of the students who are not in school because of scheduling tomorrow, they'll be able to participate as well. So it's pretty exciting. I mean, it's a spiritual week for us, but really it's an acknowledgement that a lot of people make a difference in the lives of the students in the Catholic schools. And that's part of what Catholic schools are all about.
Thanks, Juan.
Thank you.
We should check in with you also weekly.
Yeah, Juan, we'll get you on weekly. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Bye. Hey to our viewers on KUAM TV, good morning. Morning. Thanks for jamming with us. There's a lot of great programming coming up. There's also a lot of great stuff coming up right here. We're about to go in with Mary Rhodes of GHRA, Renee Logie of GHRA, the Guam Women's Chamber, sorry, and Phil Roberto of this place. It's what used to be called a bar, where people go to drink.
Yeah, right.
The alcohol. Yeah, and they have drinks and little cups with little straws, and sometimes you get a little drink with a little umbrella like Jason likes.
And you have like mixologists, putting together these cute fancy drinks.
Concoctions. Sometimes there's DJs and they play what's called music. There's also people who sometimes they play, what do you call those things that you play them and they make the noise?
A guitar, maybe?
Guitar, instruments. They play what's called live music.
Yeah.
It's recorded in our history. So Phil, he's from the venue. And we're going to go on because they're reopening the bars, guys. But we just had public health on.
Are they?
Well, we'll see, because public health was like not by the Super Bowl. That was like a hard no, too. She was like, nope, sorry, don't like football. Mary Lou seemed like she didn't like football. Anyway, so yeah, we're going to go in with Mary Rhodes, Phil, and Renee about the reopening of bars, as the governor's communications director, Crystal Paco San Augustine, had revealed here at the end of the show on Friday that Mary was tasked with leading this effort. Okay, and I don't even know if she knew that she was going to be tasked with leading it, but hey, we'll find out. Okay, all of that's coming up on the link. We're at KUAM FM, Agotni, Guam. Again, viewers on KUAM TV, you jump onto our Facebook Live, and also we have an audio stream at Docomo Channel 10, and then you can catch it on the breeze here on the radio. KUAM TV land. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Está. Adios.
Bye.
But we're going to go and take a quick break, okay? Just like that. Peekaboo.
So is this the part of the show when I get to go and get one of those drinks with like the umbrella in it that you said I'm so fond of?
Yeah, go get you an umbrella coffee.
Yeah, thank you.
Got it. Hey, there's nothing wrong with umbrellas. Are cool. My mom was a bartender, guys. And I used to always take the little umbrellas and I would use them for my G.I. Joes or whatever action figures.
Mm-hmm. I can totally see that.
Yeah, okay. 8:10, guys, take a break. We're back with more of The Link next. Good morning.
He's 93.
Valentine's Day is coming and love is in the air. On The Link, Sabrina and I playing Matchmaker. So get a love connection on The Link. We're looking for Guam's most eligible bachelors and bachelorettes. And we're going to match you guys up. You're going to go on some free dates for Valentine's Day weekends. Just hop on to KUAM.com, fill out a super easy registration form, and you could be making love on The Link. Hey, all right.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Our frontliners have been working tirelessly to keep us safe, and now they need your help to get our island back up and running as safely as possible. Did you know your smartphone can be one of the most powerful tools in our fight against COVID-19? That's why we're bringing you the Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app. This app works by letting you know if you've been exposed to someone who's positive. It's completely voluntary, and more importantly, it's completely anonymous. It does not track who you are or your location. Researchers at Oxford University have found that for every 100 to 200 downloads of the app, it can prevent 100 infections and save one life. Add your phone to the COVID fight by going to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
These are some of the signs that someone is thinking about suicide. Talking about wanting to die, excessive guilt or shame, and feeling like a burden to others. Feeling empty, hopeless, trapped, or having no reason to live. Feeling extremely sad, anxious, agitated, or full of rage with unbearable emotional or physical pain. Other signs include changing behavior such as making a plan or researching ways to die, withdrawing from friends or saying goodbye, giving away important items or making a will, taking dangerous risks such as driving extremely fast, displaying extreme mood swings, eating or sleeping more or less, and using drugs or alcohol more often. If you or someone you know is showing these warning signs, get help as soon as possible. Call Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's crisis hotline at 647-8833 or 4.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
Hafaday and Mabuhay, I'm Ann Pobutsky. I'm the Territorial Epidemiologist for Guam. Wearing a face covering protects you and those around you. We know that COVID-19 can be spread by people who are not showing symptoms, which means they are asymptomatic. Because Guam remains at risk for significant community spread or transmission of the virus, it is a necessary precaution to wear a face covering when you are in public. Everyone must wear a face covering when they leave home, have it visible at all times, and put it on when they see others nearby. Face coverings are required for everyone when shopping at stores, seeking healthcare, and inside the workplace. Covering your face reduces the chance that you will unknowingly infect someone else if you are carrying COVID-19 but have no symptoms. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or visit our website at dphss.guam.gov.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Hey, good morning. Good morning, Guam. It's Thursday, the 4th day of February, T-minus 10 days until Valentine's Day, which is on a Sunday. This year, guys, we're doing a bunch of lovey-dovey stuff on the show. Bree?
Ooh, lovey-dovey stuff.
Yeah, so if you guys are catching in the break, we're playing a video from a cool-looking dude right on about love connections on the link. And so we're looking for single people, truly single people, okay? Not like Instagram single. We're looking for Guam's most eligible bachelors and bachelorettes, and we're going to play Matchmaker. And we'll start that, I think, a Tuesday next week. So there's a form you can download at KUAM.com, fill it out. It's just basically a waiver in case you catch chlamydia on your date or anything.
Oh, my gosh. Dude, really?
Kidding. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Protect yourselves at all times, guys.
And since you're all so motivated to get involved now.
Yeah, and so this is going to happen Tuesday. Basically, we just need single ladies, single men, right? And then we're going to have one in the Zoom and then a bunch of
other singles
on the phone, so you can't see each other. Then you kind of ask questions, and then Bree and I will match you up and stuff, and you get to pick. It's a combination of all that. And then we're going to send you out on dates on Valentine's Day weekend. And then you report back and you tell us how Nino and Nina, Chris and Sabrina matched you guys up, and if it worked, it was cool. You know,
you made the love connection.
Give us the details.
Ooh.
All right. So we've already
not too many details.
Not too many. No, please, gosh, it's cool. So we'll have more info on that, but just thank you to all of our great sponsors who jumped on board with this Love Connections on the link. We'll have more info coming up. Let's get back to official business now at 8:20. Heading into the KUAM News Zoom room where we're talking about bars, right? We have Mary Rhodes from GHRA, Renee Logi from the Guam Women's Chamber, and Phil Roberto. It looks like he is actually in the venue. Are you at the venue right now, Phil?
I am in a very empty venue.
Right, and it's been, you can hear that
I
echo.
forgot what it looks like. Goodness.
I think I've sat in that chair before, Phil.
We're hoping to bring life back to it in the coming days.
Right, and so
Mary's help, of course.
Yeah, and then we'll just start with that, Mary. So you were basically deputized to lead the effort to reopen the bars. We heard it here first. I don't know if you heard it first on the link on Friday, but just tell us a little bit about that and the work that you've been doing since then.
Yeah, actually, I was contacted by the Director of Public Health, Art San Agustin, on Thursday, and I know that they were very interested, finally, in considering bars for reopening. Public Health and, of course, the Governor's Office, we've been working with them on the Economic Advisory Committee and the working group, and we've been asking for bars for a while, as well as for indoor dining at 50% since about December. And so we were really hoping that it would come a little earlier, but regardless, I think it's a good sign that they're now willing to consider the reopening of bars because there are even a lot of restaurants, as earlier said with Public Health, some restaurants and bars that are also restaurants, even they haven't opened even at 50% because occupancy levels, you have to have a certain amount just to even cover your costs with operations, especially with rehiring personnel, getting your establishment ready to reopen. So we've been asking for some time now. And so Public Health was aware of that with the front office. And I think it's really key that we also state that, GHRA has been working with GVB and Public Health on even reopening guidelines. There are reopening guidelines that exist on the website of Public Health's website that they worked with the Guam Chamber of Commerce and the Guam Women's Chamber. I have to say, though, those guidelines are fairly simple in the fact that it really identifies some of the basics. And so businesses have submitted their plans for reopening, including bars. And so they actually have several bars listed on there who have submitted plans. But as far as an overall plan guideline, there wasn't one created for bars. And so that's why they reached out to GHRA. Also, I think the reason why they're reaching out to GHRA is because we've been pretty vocal that those guidelines have to be kind of fleshed out further. We can't deal with what we were dealing with just in May. There are a lot of new things coming up, such as like ventilation, making sure, like you talked about earlier about a restaurant that you went to and you were able to touch the food and the plates. And that was always in the guidelines for CDC, actually, about shared objects. So my point is that even the health and safety protocols, the guidelines that are on the Public Health website, we probably have to replace those with updated guidelines for businesses because they no longer are enough. And so what we've been doing at GHRA is working on health and safety protocols to publish these with GVB for the reopening of tourism. And we've had one for bars. And I'll send you the link to the guideline that I referred to, which is from the CDC, and it's actually specifically for restaurants as well as bars. And some people, are wondering why restaurants or bars are starting to try to apply for cafes or restaurants. And they're trying to survive, basically, right? They're trying to find different ways. But there are a lot of challenges in going in and operating as a restaurant. And I know that between Malu and Janella, they provided some information, but they were pretty quiet on some other stuff because, they're really there for more an enforcement piece. There are a lot of things business owners have to reconsider if they are going to convert to a restaurant. It's not just having kitchen equipment. You have to know the Guam Food Code. You have to go through licensing training to have a food service manager on duty at all times. You have to have a lot of things in place, whereas a bar just you don't have to do all those things. You have to have your basics with the hand washing station, sanitization, all that. So we met with several bar owners. Phil hosted a meeting actually with some of the bar owners and the other night, and we shared the CDC guidelines together with what the public health currently has with restaurants. And so we went over those, and I'm planning to submit that to public health today so that we could review it by tomorrow. I know that the Economic Advisory Group will be meeting as a group tomorrow, and the person in charge of that is Ken Cook, and they did reach out to me last night just to make sure that we're ready to submit a draft plan at least. And so I know that they're planning to meet with the governor on it next week. So I did get confirmation on that. So this is something that is strongly being considered, and we actually have somewhat of a timeline where we can expect this. What I don't want to see happening is, we should give the business owners some time to prepare. I know that when announcements have been made, it's like effective the very next day or in a couple of days. And we have time to get businesses to prepare. Even moving restaurants from 25 to 50% occupancy or planning to open after being shut down for 6 to 11 months. There's a lot of things you have to do with your facility to get it prepared with the air conditioning, the chillers, getting your inventory out and getting new inventory in. But they're not ready to do that until they know, at least get reassured that they are planning to reopen.
Mary, how difficult is it? I'm just going back to the bar restaurant thing, because we've seen just during the course of this pandemic, some places that I thought were just bars able to open, but then when you look at their social media, they're putting the food out like, hey, we're doing food, come get a pork chop. So I guess how challenging is it for a bar to do everything it has to do, because it sounds pretty challenging, and transform into a restaurant which is allowed to be open?
It's very challenging because you can't just place food out. Like I said, you have to know the Guam Food Code. It's actually against the guidelines and the executive order to even have shared food or have people bring in food. So they're already violating all of that. And so what Phil and the other bar owners would like to see is just reopen bars, allow them to operate and remain as bars without having to convert into other things. It's really important that, we have different kinds of businesses operating, and bars are really important. And so that's why we've been pushing that, as well as getting all of our restaurants open. So part of that is remaining safe and getting the guidelines out there and helping businesses. So one of the things that came up too is, some of the bars may not know their occupancy levels. And so I contacted the fire department the other day, and we're going to be visiting some of the bars because they may know their occupancy from a standing only, but maybe they don't know it from a sit down, what is 25%, what's 50%, what's 75%. For their occupancy load. And so you really have to go through this with Guam Fire Department, but also eventually with DPW, because your occupancy permit comes from DPW, but the fire department is the one that generally identifies that. So I'm doing a couple of walkthroughs today with the Guam Fire Department. GHRA's had a very good longstanding relationship with the fire department whenever we've needed assistance to help businesses either open as a new entity or reopen because of various issues, whether it's a fire code issue, building code, or because of COVID.
I guess how are you guys planning to do the protocols address? Because, it is what it is, but the bars last on the list. But when we ask about them reopening the bars, the thing that we hear is when people drink alcohol, they get loose, and while whatever protocol may say you show up, let's say, for example, me and Jason go to the venue for happy hour. We sit down next to each other, we take off our masks, we're having our drinks, but then we see Sabrina and Joseph over there, and it's like they're not, oh hey, and then we go over. So that's what they said is the big risk of spreading the COVID. So how do the protocols that you guys are coming out with address that, and what would be the procedure if, for example, Jay and I go to the venue for happy hour? How's it going to be? Is it still going to be fun? Because it doesn't sound like it's going to be fun.
Well, have you tried eating out at a restaurant or going for a social gathering at 25 people right now? It's the same process. A bar is only a different kind of facility that you would go to for entertainment, right? So the same thing with restaurants, the same thing with bingo halls. You're going to see friends. As long as you maintain distance, wear your mask, sanitize regularly, don't share from the same containers. You know, it's the basics. And so there's a responsibility that the bar owners and the staff have, but there's also the responsibility that the guest has to have to maintain social distancing measures and all of the protocols. So it needs really everybody's cooperation. And I think that's what GHRA, Guam Chamber, and Women's Chamber have always put out is, you know, we can only do so much in writing the guidelines and working with the businesses to get them to reopen and to maintain opening. But we have to have the cooperation of our customers and guests that when we're trying to enforce something, especially if you are, you know, drinking alcohol, whether it's a restaurant, a hotel, a bar, or any other place that you might have alcohol at, that, you know, you're really there with good intentions, that you're not there to really cause a ruckus, and you're going to follow all the protocols and listen to the staff. Because you really don't want to just hurt any chances that any of us have, not necessarily one entity or one type of industry or establishment, but really for the entire community.
I'd like to hear from Phil. I mean, you've been shut down. Other bars have been shut down for, months, almost going on almost a year. And we do, like Chris said, you know, here's the big bad bars. But you do kind of see, like, the game rooms are open, the bingo halls are open, restaurants / bars are open. Have you ever felt at any time that bars are being targeted, or they have this are getting this bad rap?
It's just been quite frustrating playing the waiting game, because you know, this is our second shutdown, and it's been twice as long than the first. And then every time we hear that rumor, oh, bars are going to open next week, there's going to be a change, there's going to be an executive order, and it doesn't happen. You know, you get your hopes up one week, and it's a huge letdown. It's kind of demoralizing. And you know, I feel the frustration of my fellow bar owners who've, you know, been very patient. I think we've been extremely patient. We understand the importance of all the protocols that need to be adhered to make things happen, to create a safe environment. And I think we demonstrated that very well during the first opening back in June. There's been no actual evidence that a bar on island has been a cause of an outbreak of COVID, or, you know, been, you know, super spreader. There's just this notion through the CDC that, you know, bars are high risk, but, you know, our names as bar owners are on the line in terms of making sure that we do provide a safe environment, not only for our customers, but for our staff. And we took all the efforts, the guidelines that we were given, buying sanitization equipment, putting hand sanitizer locations throughout the bar, separating tables. We did stuff in the beginning that weren't even required. We had a sign-in sheet during that 7-week period, and we asked our customers just, you know, out of abundance of caution to sign in. Some were resistant because it wasn't a requirement by public health, but, you know, they needed to do what they needed to do to come in, you know. And so the waiting game has been, it's been tough. And as Mary said, you know, we're not going to open this up overnight. I mean, in my case, I've unplugged a lot of our equipment. It's been sitting idle for about 4 months. Hopefully, if I plug it in tomorrow, it'll start back up without any problems. You know, we work with multiple distributors, and we need to get on their schedules to get deliveries if an opening were gonna happen, let's say Monday. Today wouldn't be a great day to announce, you know, I'm allowing bars to open Monday, and now you got to do the mad scramble to, you know, contact all your distributors and say, I need this, I need that. So yeah, timing is important, and we just hope that the work that Mary and the Women's Chamber have been doing on behalf of bars will be sufficient to get us back up and running next week or the week after.
Is that kind of, Mary, what you guys are hearing? You're crossing your fingers next week?
Yeah, I mean, I think next week is when the governor will be reviewing the protocols. And so it won't be an opening by next week. I think that we're going to be presenting the information to the governor through the Economic Advisory Group, but also where public health will be addressing those things. And so I think it's important to understand there is a process. And obviously, you know, every time that we've talked about changing protocols through PCORs, sometimes it takes longer than it needs to be because it has other external factors that, you know, of course, the governor is looking at. But this is the first time in 10 months, or first time since the second lockdown, that we've been asked to really, start the conversation going regarding bars. And so I think that's positive. And I'm sure that it was a lot of pressure because bingo halls and other things are open. And so there's questions, even movie theaters are going to be opening. So I think just the fact that you're having these kinds of other facilities or establishments open where there are larger gatherings, you kind of have to wonder why aren't bars being considered, especially if they're going to be subject to the same protocols as restaurants that could be easily maintained, honestly. Why can't they be open already? And so I think we have to give everybody a fair shot at this, especially when we've done so much to try to get us to reopen with all the other kinds of businesses. And I think the timing is right, especially now with the vaccinations in place, rapid testing in place. And there's a lot of work that's gone into this. And like Phil said, there's been issues with bars and a lot of people are frustrated. They've had a lot of bad inventory sitting that's now expired. They're going to have to replace that at losses. But I can tell you, Renee is also GHRA's chairman for the Food and Beverage Committee before she went to Women's Chamber. But something GHRA, Women's Chamber and Guam Chamber met with the Chief of Staff and Gita on was also the rent relief program and some other stuff through the small business grants that Gita did. And so a lot of that was really in consideration because of the closures on these types of businesses, not just bars, but other small businesses. So I know it's not going to replace everything, but it's something that I think we've been able to at least get the governor's office to consider strongly in compensating for their losses. But we have to find a way moving forward. And this is the first time that they've actually been willing to discuss reopening bars.
So based on the protocols that, that you guys have put together and the discussions with the bar owners that Phil had, can you tell us what exactly are the protocols? What are the changes we're going to see if the governor approves them?
Sure. Renee, do you want to go over some? And then
yeah.
we can...
It's gonna mimic very closely what is being done by restaurants right now, because for now they're gonna have to follow similar protocols and guidelines with the table seating, no seating at the bar and stuff like that. So, the main requirements will obviously be contact tracing will be helpful, temperature check, sanitation at the entrance, making sure that the tables are socially distanced, and just sanitizing items, high contact surfaces, tables in between use. You can actually refer to the restaurant guidelines that were put in place by the Business Recovery Advisory Task Force, and we're kind of working off that and the CDC guidelines that Mary mentioned, just to make sure that we cover all aspects as it relates to bar, because obviously there will be some parts that will be slightly different based on how bars operate, but we are making sure that it will be safe for both the employees as well as the visitors of the establishments.
Renee, is it just like a kind of a cookie cutter protocol, as we have like places like Mosa's or Crust or these restaurants that have a bar in them? Or are we just using the protocols that they're using already and kind of, okay.
Yeah,
well,
this is basically
the same, right, for the service industry. Yeah. but there are some things that Renee mentioned. So there's a difference between shall and should when you read the protocols. So shall is basically the minimum requirement. And then should are other recommendations that public health would like to see, but it's not necessarily a requirement. And so, like I said, there are several bars that we met with that actually submitted their plans to public health. So they just need to be fleshed out further to make sure that they keep all of the guidelines in place. So yes, these will be basic minimum requirements. If you want to add more, like what Phil had done in the past, for sure. So with the contact tracing, all that's required really is the sign-in sheet with your name, your phone number, if in case they need to, and the time you entered. So they need to trace you back for that. And you need to keep your logs for record keeping for some time. And then the number one things that DEH looks for is really signage. You need to make sure you have a sign of wear mask before entry. You need to make sure people are wearing their masks throughout the entire stay, unless they're eating or drinking. So when they're talking, sitting down, they should have their mask on as well. But eating and drinking is the only time when you can take your mask off. But interacting with other people, it's social distancing is still 6 feet required between the tables when you're sitting down. If you're in the same household, then obviously you can be together. Renee mentioned seating at the bar. We are going to put in the guideline that as long as your bar can maintain a 6 feet distance between you and the bartender, then you can be allowed to have bar stools, as long as they're 6 feet apart. Some bars are wider than others, so we shouldn't mandate no seating at the bar if your bar is very large. So for example, like Sea Grill has a bar right upstairs where it's very long and wide, same as Mac and Marty's. Their bar is extremely wide and long. So we were telling Art, that's something that they could consider, is just have 6 feet between the bar stools. So it's not going to always apply to every bar. Every bar has different layouts, and you just have to modify your layouts to fit the need. And of course, what public health does, if they are going to do inspections, I know that they said that they've been limited to just weekends for restaurants and possibly bars. What they do is they actually do a walkthrough with you, and then they give you a time frame when you have to make modifications. And it's usually within a 48-hour period where you have to make those changes. So they give you time to make those changes, unless it's a direct violation, like not having signage, no one is wearing a mask, not even your staff. You need to make sure you're meeting the minimum. And so those will be clearly outlined of what the basic minimum requirements are, and then what are other recommendations, similar to what's already on the public health website.
One thing Mary mentioned is not the cookie cutter approach, like requiring seating. There's a couple bars out there that we discussed the other night that are not really designed for sit down. They have maybe 3 or 4 tables, and it's they're there for the live music, and there's a lot of standing. That's going to be a challenge for some bars, because they're going to have to go out and get that extra furniture in order to provide seating for their customers to follow the recommended mandates. To me, that's a challenge. There was a notion that maybe there might be limited bar hours. We don't know that's going to be enforced or not. But again, that was a concern as well, because not all bars have their peaks at the same time. In our case, we rely on a good happy hour crowd after work, whereas some of the bars in Tumon, they also rely on a crowd after work for the F&B and hotel workers to get off at 10, 11 o'clock, and their surge and peaks come at that late hour. So if there were if there was a recommendation to have limited bar hours, it wouldn't be helpful to all bars. Right. That's the thing that we're worried about. That that we are allowed to operate like restaurants, because the restaurants don't have limited hours. They put their own limits on themselves when they decide to close, and our licenses allow us to sell alcohol from 9 a.m. to 2 a.m. We've all paid for our license, our ABC licenses and our business licenses. And we, again, it's been 26 weeks since we were last officially open. And we want to get back to work. We don't want to be in a situation like some bars are, they're opening kind of underground, because they need to make ends meet. I can sympathize with, what some of these bar owners are having to resort to not get kicked out, to kind of stay on top of their bills and stuff. So, as Mary said, it's time that we get back to work, help prepare our island for opening for tourism and whatnot. And I think we can all be responsible bar owners and party goers, if you will. I think it worked well for that 7-week period that we were allowed to open, and it can work again.
Phil, what about dancing? Mary, anything on dancing?
I think there was no dancing allowed last time.
No dancing during COVID, guys.
No cha-cha.
Well, there's nothing in there. There's no language about dancing, actually. It's just.
Wait a minute. Are we in the movie Footloose right now? Are we in the movie Footloose?
With 6 feet, right? In between?
Yeah.
Hey, Chris likes to twerk, so that's why he was asking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think dancing is the least of everybody's worries. Honestly, I think just some kind of.
Hey, I asked the hard questions, Mary. That's what I'm here for, and people want to know about dancing.
But yeah, I going back to what Phil said though, whether it's dancing or drinking or just socializing or birthdays or whatever it is, I think that it's really important that we are consistent with what we implement, whatever we choose to implement. And like Phil said, I know that there are concerns with limiting hours. A lot of places in the States have limited hours of operation, as well as in Korea and Japan, but it has to be consistent. So we do have an ABC amendment bill coming up tomorrow at the legislature at 9 a.m. And those amendments are really important because it does affect the hours of operations, and who knows what might come up on the floor too. But we've been trying for a very long time to get these amendments through to update the ABC laws. And that's also to include to-go, right? Alcohol. So there are a lot of opportunities where we can actually work on these ABC rules, but it should be applicable to all depending on the class license. And so what Phil is referring to is just the maintaining operating hours. It should be consistent with on and off-premise operations. The bars should not be targeted any different than any other type of business that has a class license for ABC licenses. So I think consistency will be key when we reopen.
Do you know anything about the percentages yet of occupancy?
Yeah, right now restaurants are at 50%. So the bar owners, they would like to see it at least at 50% to match the restaurants again.
I did want to ask
50% of maintaining capacity, right? So also maintaining all the safety protocols. So if your 50% is 150, but in order to maintain, so it has to have both. That's what Malu will always say, is if your 50% is 150, but if you have to maintain 6 feet between tables, but your max capacity at that point is maybe 100, not 150 anymore, because 150 is standing next to each other, then your occupancy is going to be based on 50% of 100.
Phil, how many people you think you can get in there at the venue? Because it gets pretty tight.
We've been rated for 170 by the fire department. People kind of like freak out about that, but it is based upon the layout of the furniture and giving wiggle room for standing people standing. If we were to do the 50%, obviously we'd be around 80 people. We do have seating for roughly about, I want to say 65 comfortably right now in terms of the tables and stools that we do have throughout the bar. Since there are no fundraisers, we could actually extend our seating area into our back room and possibly, hit that number of 80 if we wanted to. But, we kind of like it to be manageable as well. Again, it goes to trying to be a responsible owner. It'd be nice to have 170 people and get back to what it was in the good old days, but the reality is we're not going to get there anytime soon if we don't, follow the protocols for safety. And so we're willing to take the baby steps, get back to 50% for starters, because that would be sustainable for us.
Phil, can you kind of talk about so people kind of have understanding that bars aren't all that bad, just the kind of losses that I guess your business has taken as a result of the closure, and even maybe the money you're gonna have to fork out to reopen. Did you have to lay off people?
It's in the thousands. It's in the thousands. We estimate that this year, or 2020, we lost revenue to the amount of about $250,000, $250,000 that we didn't make because of COVID and the closures. We've had to throw out product. Everything has a shelf life, and everybody likes a good fresh beer. The beers have their born on dates, and you want to serve the best beer to your customers. There are a lot of beer snobs out there. They look at the bottle, they look at the date, and they don't want it. And some of those things are quite expensive, especially when you start talking craft beers. Those have a limited 6-month shelf life. There's a lot of stuff that went to waste. So losses in the thousands, and to start back up on a good weekend, you probably have to put in about $7,000 worth of inventory to get through a good weekend. If it's going to be anything like the first opening, it's a slow, gradual process. It took us about 4 weeks to get to a steady level of revenue. People just getting their feet wet about going out. I think for the length of time that restaurants have been open, I think people have become accustomed to the protocols. And like we said, we're ready. Bar owners are ready to follow the same protocols that restaurants have been following. And I know we can do it. We've done it once, and we're ready to do it again. So.
Were you able to get any sort of federal assistance or avail yourself of anything from GITA or CARES Act money to kind of help offset the $250,000
Yeah,
loss?
we got some, but it evaporates very quickly after you've been closed for a while. The first PPP was good for like the first 10 weeks. There's another PPP out. We'll apply for that. The challenges that you indicated earlier on about PUA. People have become accustomed to PUA. Are they ready to go back to work, or are they comfortable enjoying staying at home and surviving off the PUA? That's going to be one challenge. Are my people ready to work? And if they're not, then I am going to have to work quickly to find some new employees who are willing to, and they're going to have to go and get health certificates and ABC cards and whatnot. And that's a challenge because, those services offered by the government are on an appointment only basis. So you got to stand in line. So it's not going to be, I'm optimistic that it'll be an easy opening, but, there might be challenges that lie ahead. I haven't really reached out to my staff to say, hey, you ready to come back next week? Because I don't want to get their hopes up that we're going to open and that, that order never comes down that bars are allowed to open. So, I get my own hopes up that, things are going to change. And it, like I said earlier, it's frustrating when you think the car score is low, schools are opening, bingo halls are opening. Wow, all these places are opening, but why can't we open? And I don't want to, as we were saying earlier, I don't want to go change what venue is. I'm happy being a bar. I don't want to be a cafe. To go, and it's a loophole, and I think it's disingenuous to say, oh, you're a cafe, so you can open and you can serve alcohol, because I mean you're doing the same thing a bar is doing. And I know there are a bunch of places that have gone out and converted, to that cafe status, but they're doing the same thing that they were doing before. Right. They're still a bar.
That's
they
why
just
it was
got a different.
Yeah, that's why for me the argument against the bars being closed, it was almost moot, because whatever they're fearing is going to happen to the bars is already happening at a restaurant that has bars. You know what I mean? So agree with you there, Phil. Anything else, Bree?
No, I just wanted to ask him. You know, hope only takes you so far. I mean, but was there any point that you wanted to say, "I'm just gonna shut it down. I'm done with this"? I mean, it's been a good ride. I mean, in December we would have celebrated 10 years of being open under our ownership, and that came and went, and no celebration. So, I'm hunkering down, waiting, because I know my customers are waiting as well. They've all expressed that their sentiment that when bars are allowed to open, we'll be there. And I'm appreciative that we have a good following, that we've built up a good clientele over the last 10 years, and that they're eager to come back. And they were good customers when we were open. They all followed the rules. As you were saying earlier, we had one incident where we had a known person who had COVID and was in the bar at a certain time. And fortunately, we because we have CCTV here, we went back, we looked through the tapes around the time the person was here and kind of followed his movement and to see, did he come in contact with anybody, or did he have his mask on, or was it off? And we had contact tracing back then. We had our log sheets that we would keep for 21 days. And, fortunately, nothing happened. That person went on to recover, but nobody got infected from his presence here in the bar. So we know the protocols work. We just want to put them back into action. And then I got something for you folks for when you're ready to. For Chris and Sabrina.
There you go. Safety first, Phil.
That I'm going to give you, Chris. For your Shirley Temple. Insert straw here.
Right. All right, put my joint in there.
Love it.
But yeah, we're ready. We're ready.
There you go.
And again, I can't thank enough Mary and Renee from the Women's Chamber for helping spearheading this on behalf of all the bar owners. I don't know how many strictly bar licenses there are out there. I'm sure it's easily 100, if not more. But I know these people want to get back to work. And there was one sad thing about the meeting the other night that I had heard, and I still don't know which bar owner it was, but there was a discussion about a bar owner who actually, committed suicide in her establishment, just because I guess out of the, I don't know, but I can imagine the frustration and desperation that you've built up a business and you're not allowed to operate it, and that's challenging. It's a stress, and so rest in peace to that woman, and I hope nobody else goes down that path. But we just want a fair shake like every other business on Guam that's been allowed to reopen.
647-8833, guys. That's the number for the crisis hotline over at Behavioral Health and Wellness. Mary, thank you. Renee, thank you. Phil, thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Looking forward to that mask, my friend.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay.
Thanks for having us.
Always.
Be safe, everybody.
You too.
Be safe.
9 o'clock, we're KUAM FM, Agotni, Guam. We'll take a quick break, and we're coming back with a new party chair for Republicans. Juan Carlos Benitez next, right here on The Link. Good morning.
Valentine's Day is coming and love is in the air. On The Link, Sabrina and I playing matchmaker. So get a love connection on The Link. We're looking for Guam's most eligible bachelors and bachelorettes. And we're going to match you guys up. You're going to go on some free dates for Valentine's Day weekends. Just hop on to KUAM.com, fill out a super easy registration form, and you could be making love on The Link. Hey, all right.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Hafa Day, my name is Zena Cruz Vecina, a registered nurse with the Department of Public Health and Social Services. COVID-19 continues to be a very real threat to Guam. Wearing an appropriate cloth face covering in public is a simple and important way you can protect yourself and others on our island. During a pandemic, no single action will stop the spread of the virus. Wash your hands often with soap and water, and stay 6 feet away from others. Prevention saves lives. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at www.dphss.guam.gov.
If you plan on leaving your house, don't forget your face mask. Along with hand washing and social distancing, wearing face masks can drastically reduce your risk of infection. Many people who catch COVID-19 can be contagious before they even start showing symptoms. The more people who use face masks, the less the virus can be transmitted and fewer individuals are exposed. When we both wear face masks, I protect you, you protect me, and we are both safe.
These are some of the signs that someone is thinking about suicide. Talking about wanting to die, excessive guilt or shame, and feeling like a burden to others, feeling empty, hopeless, trapped, or having no reason to live, feeling extremely sad, anxious, agitated, or full of rage with unbearable emotional or physical pain. Other signs include changing behavior, such as making a plan or researching ways to die, withdrawing from friends or saying goodbye, giving away important items or making a will, taking dangerous risks such as driving extremely fast, displaying extreme mood swings, eating or sleeping more or less, and using drugs or alcohol more often. If you or someone you know is showing these warning signs, get help as soon as possible. Call Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's crisis hotline at 647-8833 or 4.
Nighttime, see the wings of sleep desire. Hear her voice, shake my window. Sweet seducing sights. Carry out until the nighttime. For what's for home tonight. If it's down, it's just enough. morning. City's heart begins to beat. Reaching out, I touch her shoulder. I'm giving love my dream. Yeah, they say why, instead of now it's your manager. Why does it do me that way? They say why, instead of that it's your manager. Why does it do me that way? I'm not living this way. I'm not loving this
Hey, we're back. It's The Link, 907, brought to you by Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Carrier. Thank you guys so much for jamming with us here. Thursday, February 4th, for KUAM FM. I got any Guam? Can we get Juan Carlos video, sir? You got it, sir. Coming up, we got Anton Nugget of DOC. Juanita Blas, Island Girl Power. And first, we'll go in with the new. There was a release that came out. The Republicans have elected a new party chair. It was Senator Tony Ada, but now it's Juan Carlos Benitez. Almost like volleyball. Benitez, it's not like he's new to the party. And so I guess congrats right off the bat, Juan.
Thank you so much. It's a true honor and a pleasure to serve as a head of the party. You know, we're heading in a challenging time, so it'll be a very exciting next 2 years as we prep up for the next election.
Right, and that next election is a gubernatorial election.
It's a gubernatorial, legislative, and congressional.
Right on. So let's just start. Let's just start with
big
the
one.
Yeah, with the gubernatorial. What's it looking like? Because when I look at the lay of the land, I'm not sure if I see a 1-2 with the Republicans. I mean, you know, no offense. I'm just saying.
You guys recruiting? I mean, or anybody step forward?
Oh, absolutely. There's been actually a large number of individuals that have expressed interest in running for the position. We will let those campaigns do their announcement where they feel that it's appropriate. Right now, they're just exploring into the field and trying to figure out who they want to team with. I think that's a big key here. Is in Guam we run this as a two-man team or two-man operations. And normally we have someone who's running for the lieutenant governor's slot.
Well, you said a large number of individuals.
Yeah.
I mean, how many are we talking?
Because we asked Senator Moylan way back.
Over 6 and less than 20. Somewhere in the middle.
We asked Senator Moylan if he was considering it, and he was really coy about it, right? He wouldn't say yes, wouldn't say no.
Well, here's the thing. It's sort of unfair for the candidates to be asked now, because then if they're in any elected office, their actions for the next 2 years is going to be questionable. You're doing this because you're looking at positioning yourself to run for a governor or a congressional or a senate or a congressional seat. You know, they want to make sure that that's not the concern. The ones that are elected are following their policies and their agendas for the people that elected them to be senators, and the ones that are mayors to be mayors, and so on. So it's I think that's one of the reasons you get a lot of coy feelings. You also get the Democrats maybe unwilling to work on a bipartisan manner if they think they're benefiting a candidate that's going to run for governor on the Republican side coming up. And I think it's unfair. I don't think this is not the time to talk about are you running or not. This is the time to look at policy and look at the changes we need to do to get Guam where it needs to be. And we need to do that on a bipartisan level. You know, we have to work with the Democrats, and they need to work with us if we're going to be successful.
Yeah, but I mean, we only ask at this time because this is the time when you start, getting your wagons together, getting your organization. This is it. I mean, this is the time. We're seeing that with Lou and Josh. They're, making the hires that they need to make. They announced that they're running again, and we haven't heard anything from the
This
Republicans.
is their second time announcing that they're running again, right? The first time was even less than a year from winning, right? And, so
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
I was intrigued when they needed a second announcement of something they already
Maybe we'll
announced.
get a third one out here at the next Vax clinic. It should be like, hey, by the way, vote Lou and Josh.
No, but it's a challenging time, let me tell you. But it's also full with opportunities, and there are a lot of opportunities for Guam, and we need to be very careful and work together to make sure we capitalize on those as we're entering into a new administration in Washington D.C. who's strongly in a mode to reshape the way that the federal government operates. So we need to be careful that we don't get the short end of the stick, but we also need to be very careful to take advantage of the opportunities that are presenting themselves. And that's part of the reason that I've been in DC for all this time, is during this transition process, there is a lot of transition documents that are prepared by the departing administration. And we want to make sure that our issues are included in those documents. So when the new team comes in, it's not we've never heard about this issue. It's an issue that they're aware of, and then they're going to make their own position on it. And that's where we need the Democrats to come in and say, hey, we support what the Republicans were doing.
Yeah, but how much of it is going to be Biden-Harris looking at this and be like, oh, that's a Trump thing? Because we see it when we get an incoming administration, one of the first things they do, and, both parties, is reverse everything the previous administration did.
Right. So let's go there. So, for example, the Biden administration is doubling down on Obamacare. Well, one of the things that we made sure that showed up in the HHS documents was that Obamacare did not apply to the territories. Like, we didn't get any of the matching funds. We got the requirements, but none of the benefits. There's the mandate that you have to have insurance. Was not extended into Guam or the other territories. So in the rest of the United States, every U.S. citizen that resides there, and in some places even undocumented workers, are required to have health insurance. In Guam and the other territories, we're only required under the Obama administration's policy that we be offered the insurance. And then if we don't accept it, then that's okay. And that created a problem. That created a huge problem because not everybody had to have insurance. Then the insurance policies in Guam started creeping up and up and up to a point where a lot of the employees are offered the policies, but they can't afford to actually take them. And it's a pity. So we need to make sure that if they're going to re-implement Obamacare Plus, as Biden is calling it, that it takes that into consideration and gives us the funding that we need. So it's a battle we're going to do on the Republican side, but we need the Democrats to come in. We have a Democratic governor, we have a Democratic congressman, and a Democratic legislature. They should be weighing in and saying, hey, make sure that you provide us the assistance and aid we require. So that's just one. I can go on a couple other ones if you want me to. Like, another opportunity is this Buy America initiative that Biden is setting up. He's really into Buy America and reigniting the value of that economy. Well, the first thing that he included in the legislation was a strengthening and elimination of exceptions to the Jones Act. Well, Guam has a partial exception to the Jones Act. The Northern Mariana Island has a full exception to the Jones Act. So if in the implementation of this policy, they eliminate the partial Jones Act exception that Matson is using, guess what? The cost of goods for Guam is going to go sky high, because now the ships that they use for doing this route will no longer qualify. So we need to make sure that those ships are protected and that they actually incentivize U.S. goods to be shipped into Guam. Because as the price of goods from the U.S. keep creeping up, then the foreign goods become more viable at a lower price into people in Guam. So we got to make sure that when we look at the free trade agreements that have been done in the region, they want to restart the TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement. Well, if you look at the trade agreement between the United States, Japan, the United States, Korea, United States, the Philippines, United States, Australia, Singapore. Guam is not included in the definition of United States in any of those free trade agreements as part of the TPP. And that is a huge problem because when the first business in Guam last year wanted to start exporting Guam goods into Japan, the Japanese suppliers ended up saying, we can't do it because you're not part of the free trade agreement. And now we got to go through this extra paperwork and taxation that makes your Guam product unviable because the price point now is way too high. So, if you're going to go into this, then we need to make sure that we start working on this. These are issues that have to be done. You look at the requirement to have a good considered to be made in the U.S. So across the entire United States, if 30% of the value of your good is made in the United States, it's considered made in the U.S. If it's in Guam, it's 70% needs to be produced in Guam. It was done through a head note, through a career employee at the Department of Commerce, and that needs to be changed or removed. Come on, in Northern Mariana Islands, it's 50%. Why the inconsistency between the treatment of the two territories? Why is Guam getting a 70% requirement and Northern Mariana Islands have 50? But more importantly, why do we have this high tariffs when the requirement with the rest of the United States is only 30%? Other opportunity right now, there's a bill going through the House to look at incentivizing pharmaceuticals into Puerto Rico. The Trump White House said that the exception that should be made to incentivize pharmaceuticals should be to all the Pacific territories. And with that in mind, we need to work bipartisanly to make sure that whatever benefit is provided to Puerto Rico to move those pharmaceutical facilities out of China into the United States also is done in a way that it makes Guam a viable location for those goods. So that's sort of the type of thing that we're looking for. It's technical in nature. I think that once you have people concentrating and focusing on the disparities, most people agree that it should be changed and that Guam should be treated the same as any other part of the United States.
Well, sounds like a lot of work cut out for us on the federal side.
And I think that we need to work with the local legislature. We need to work with our congressman. We need to work with our governor and our Chamber of Commerce. We all need to figure out how to become a united voice on what we need. Because that's the only way we're going to be successful. If you ask me what the lowest low-hanging fruit right now, there is already an initiative to do all the paperwork for immigration of tourists in Japan. So out of Narita, they're going to start doing all the customs and process. So if you come through Narita, when you come to Guam, you wouldn't do the line anymore. You would just go straight into baggage claim and leave. Well, we need to make sure that those CBP officers in Japan are there when the Guam flights are flying. We don't want them to be there just when the Las Vegas and New York or New Jersey flights are going on. But we need to do that now. And we need to be very, very loud, letting people know that we're a tourism destination and that's our number one market. And if we're going to go into that market aggressively, we need to make sure that we are part of this. We were worse. Our impact was worse than any other part of the United States on this COVID tourism industry. No one came close to us.
Are you in Washington now, Juan?
Yeah, I am.
Have you, are you having any discussions with anybody over there regarding the whole issue with the Guam Department of Labor and the reduced work hours, employees that are in that category that are no longer eligible for PUA?
Yes, we put our inquiries in and we've approached it. I understand the congressman is taking sort of the lead on it locally and the governor, but we support the same interaction. During the Trump administration, it was interpreted that they qualify, right? So the issue is now. Mm-hmm. And now it's being interpreted that we don't, and they want us to find a way to fix it through legislative process. And we'll provide our support in any process through the legislation that goes through Congress, mm-hmm. both Senate and House.
Oh, I thought it was the Trump administration that that said that they weren't eligible.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
It's an
speaking,
interpretation on the latest
Guidance?
extension of the benefits.
So we talked about earlier. There's a lot of people interested in running for governor under the Republican ticket. What about for Congress
and senators?
And what about Congress?
Interesting. I just started in this job, and I haven't received a call yet from anyone asking me or letting me know that they're interested in running for the congressional seat. I wouldn't be surprised it'll be a number. Will Castro might decide to make another run at it. He made a run right now. Hopefully we could have maybe one of our former governors who might decide that they've already been governor and maybe where they can be more helpful would be in Washington, D.C. or a sitting senator. You never know. But do we have candidates that would qualify and could do a great job in that congressional seat? Absolutely. But I haven't received one as of now.
All right.
All right, Juan. Well, congrats again, and thanks for checking in. Let us know when you know who's going to run for governor.
Yeah, there's one more thing, and I did want to bring this up. If it doesn't, it's I think there were some concerns about why Senator Tony Ada left the office, and I want to make sure that people understand we have a wonderful relationship with Senator Ada. I think he's been a great chairman. We've seen an increase in our legislature, to now a 7-8 from a 5-10 legislature. But as he started working in the challenges of having to do bipartisan efforts in the legislature, he quickly realized that he needed to focus on his legislative agenda if he wants to achieve the wins that he's interested in. And he didn't have enough time to actually function also in the grassroots, dealing with the village organizations, trying to recruit candidates for running for Senate and for running for Congress, and as well as governorship. So, and then raising the money to run all those teams. So he came to us and let us know that he really wanted to focus on his senatorial role, and we sadly agree. We love him a lot. We feel very strongly, and we're all keeping together. So it's the team still together, the band's together. We're going to move around, and we look forward to working with Senator Ada now his role as a senator in all of his agenda issues.
Hey, I wanted to ask you just real quick about we had interviewed these Russian asylum seekers on the show yesterday, and I know you're an immigration attorney, so I had no clue about the process, but we're talking a couple hundred asylum seekers from Russia on Guam currently. They're saying that their paperwork has been in with CBP or whoever it is for years now. We talked to a couple that said they've been here for 2 years. They're living in an apartment. So if you could just shed a little light on the process and maybe what is it that's keeping these asylum seekers here for this long?
Okay, so I'll make the caveat that I'm not providing legal advice or opinion, just my general knowledge of the situation. As an attorney, I don't want to be somebody to misconstrue. I missed that interview yesterday, so sorry about that. But this was the Russians that all came in a plane load that came in, and when they landed, they all asked for political asylum. They were expecting, or somebody misrepresented to them, that process would take around 3 months when they came to Guam. It never takes 3 months. And what's been most problematic is they started running out of money. I'm in the board of Catholic Services, so we've been helping a number of those Russian families through the last couple of years to make sure that they survive. What they give you is, when you ask for political asylum, it's called pending status, so you can work. You can find a job and you can participate in the community. And that status can be eliminated once your case is viewed. And then at that point, you have to leave the country. If they find that there was no merits to your case, then you accrued back time. So that means that those individuals would be barred from coming back to the U.S. for at least 10 years. So it's a tough situation for them. I think they have a strong case. I don't think Russia is their best friend or ally, and they have a reputation for persecuting. But I don't know the specific individual cases that came through. I do want to say I feel for them. A lot of them need to find work, and it's okay to hire them. They will have a social security number, and they can be able to work as with an EAD card, so employment authorization document. The Trump administration, because of COVID, closed down a lot of the consular processing and immigration process for new immigrants coming into the United States during this COVID crisis. The Biden administration is reopening all that. Mayorkas used to be the head of the new Secretary of Homeland Security, used to be the head of USCIS, which is the immigration office at the department. In fact, he's the one that created the CW visa for the Northern Mariana Islands when he was running the office. So he's very knowledgeable of Guam. He's very knowledgeable of the islands, and I think he's already aware of the Russian issue in Guam, and I'm sure that he'll try to address it. But I would expect around 6 months at least that they're going to have to figure out before their cases start looking. In San Diego, the waiting period for a political asylum case is between 12 to 16 years.
Oh my goodness.
So you have to sort of look at this, and it's happening tomorrow. Now the Biden administration is redoing by executive order the immigration system of the United States, eliminating the need for bipartisan rulemaking. That's scary, but we'll see. But there might be something that's beneficial for them in the package that they're rolling out.
Mm-hmm. They kept mentioning how they can't leave Guam, they can't travel, they can't go to Hawaii. Is that right?
Yeah, it's almost like an illegal alien, right? Once they're in the U.S. and they're asking, once you're asking to ask political asylum, if you return to your home country, you eliminate the grounds. Because if they're persecuting you in Russia, why would you go back to Russia? They're going to capture you. So you can go back. You can ask for emergency parole for a real situation that sort of basically says, pending my case being seen, can you let me leave the U.S. and come back? It's done on medical conditions, but to the same country where I'm saying I'm being politically persecuted, rarely. Mm-hmm. It would be to another country. Mm. The reason they don't let you leave also is because you're asking for permanent residency. So if you abandon the residency, then you're abandoning the country.
But they can't go to Hawaii. They can't go anywhere else in the United States. They're just stuck here. Because that's what they're saying. Yeah, that's what they're saying. They can't go to Hawaii. They can't go anywhere else in the U.S. mainland. It's just they're just stuck here.
Yeah, that might have been a decision of USCIS, but I'm unaware of the exact grounds for that. They move across the U.S. You're supposed to tell where you reside and where you live so that people know where you are all the times. But there you could ask for advanced parole. Well, you're not leaving the U.S. Advanced parole is if you're leaving the U.S. I'm intrigued why they would say that. I don't know why, but I think they might be wrong. But again, I haven't practiced in this field for a while, so it's a little hard to give actual legal advice.
Yeah, it's GuamRefugees.com. They've got 4 videos.
Yeah, they got nicer production gear than us.
Well, you know what? As the Republicans, we'll look into it. I would love, please let them know to contact us. My email is jcb51@aol.com.
Right.
I'll repeat that, jcb51@aol.com. I'm more than glad to receive an inquiry from anybody that has questions for the party.
Okay.
All right.
And we have a website at Facebook. So if anyone wants to go to Facebook, they can go to our website and put any questions. We monitor that site.
Thanks, Juan.
Appreciate it.
Also, if you're interested in running for Congress, Senator, or Governor, you can also email him.
Right on. Under the Republican.
I have a big challenge right now in filling Tony's shoes. That's quite an effort. So we're going to focus on that for now.
All right, Juan. Appreciate it.
Stay safe.
9:30. We'll take a break. Then we're going behind bars. Down to the Department of Corrections in Manila with Major Anton Ugg, and that is next right here on The Link. Good morning.
Did you know?
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Valentine's Day is coming and love is in the air. On The Link, Sabrina and I playing matchmaker. So get a love connection on The Link. We're looking for Guam's most eligible bachelors and bachelorettes. And we're going to match you guys up. You're going to go on some free dates for Valentine's Day weekends. Just hop on to KUAM.com, fill out a super easy registration form, and you could be making love on The Link. Hey, all right.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Our frontliners have been working tirelessly to keep us safe, and now they need your help to get our island back up and running as safely as possible. Did you know your smartphone can be one of the most powerful tools in our fight against COVID-19? That's why we're bringing you the Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app. This app works by letting you know if you've been exposed to someone who's positive. It's completely voluntary, and more importantly, it's completely anonymous. It does not track who you are or your location. Researchers at Oxford University have found that for every 100 to 200 downloads of the app, it can prevent 100 infections and save one life. Add your phone to the COVID fight by going to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
Tropical treasure. Just take a seat, guarantee you will see what these islands mean to me. Even when I'm far away, I know you're never gonna leave my side. Forever feel your warm embrace. I know I'll find a home in you tonight. My island love.
Hey, we told you guys that. Oh, this is Hale, by the way. No, it's Holly. My Island Love, The Link. Good morning. We told you guys earlier about this giveaway we're doing with our friends at Relay for Life. I hope you guys are ready. Let me get that is over here. Basically, Relay for Life teams and team members, they did this as an incentive to sign up with the Relay Planning Team. Initiated the registration challenge. Everyone who registered for the 2021 Relay for Life at Guam by close of business on February 2nd has been entered for the chance to win an iPhone 11, courtesy of GTA. In celebration of World Cancer Day, we'll announce our winner right now. We'll draw the first name for the winner of an iPhone 11, and then we'll also draw 5 more names, and those winners will get a GTA chair and a GTA duffel bag. Remember, registration for Relay for Life is still ongoing, and more chances to win will be announced. Many of them right here on The Link. Follow at ACS Guam for more details.
Unseal it.
Yeah, Sabrina, we received the bucket. Said bucket was sealed hermetically.
Okay, ready?
Okay, here we go. And the winner of an iPhone 11. There's those biceps, Bree. Yep. Get that gnat sound in there.
Okay, it's the one.
Here we go.
The winner is Take Care Insurance Team Take Care.
There you go. Team Take Care, congrats. You won an iPhone 11 courtesy GTA. Right on. And so let's go ahead and pick our next 5 winners, and these winners will get a GTA.
Okay, this one is the iPhone.
Yeah, that's the iPhone. They're getting a GTA chair and a duffel bag.
Adriana Clark, Team Feds Guam. There you go. Oh, shoot, there was 2. Okay.
Well, you
so
need
this,
5.
It's the same. Yeah. Okay, so. Carmelita Beneventi, Team Longus. There we go.
Congratulations, Carmelita.
Congratulations. Bernadette Beneventi, Team Longus.
All right, congrats. We're giving away GTA chairs and duffel bags.
How many was that? That was 3, right? Okay,
Yep.
2 more.
Oh, hold on. Go ahead.
Nympha Lanuza, SPPC Team 76 Circle K for life.
Right on.
All right, and this is the last one.
For a GTA chair and a duffel bag.
Nida Rios, Team Feds Guam.
There you
or
go.
Nida.
All right. So our
Nida.
winner of our iPhone 11 courtesy GTA was Team Take Care. Guys, if we announce your names, I'm pretty sure we'll post them up somewhere. You can redeem your prize for pickup at the Guam American Cancer Society office. Their office hours 8:30 to noon. Okay, so there you go. Congratulations. And yeah, we'll be keeping you posted on Relay for Life as we get closer to the big day, 9:38. Let's head back into the Zoom where Major Anton Uggan of the Department of Corrections is standing by. Major, good morning.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Thank you for coming on just for an update. And I guess we'll just start with visitation. Are we allowing visitation at DOC yet, or is it in the works?
We're not allowing it at this time. We are working on a plan, but at this time, no. We will be having incoming on the February 14th. We'll be having some incoming personal hygiene and some other stuff. We'll start for that whole week, February 14th to the 23rd. Different units, different times, different days. Will be family members be allowed to come in and drop off some incoming.
Where are we with the virus? Are you doing good? Any new positives down there?
No, sir. We have no new positives. We just did some COVID testing on the staff the last 2 days. So far, all the results came back negative. There was no reason to do that. We just, the director just wanted to do it and continuing to be proactive, just to ensure. And all those that were tested came back negative. We have a few staff, like I said the last time, that took the COVID shot. They're getting ready to take their second dose soon. In summer this week, summer next week. And, we're going to continue to move forward and hopefully try to get every officer that's willing to get vaccinated.
What about DOC being able to do the random drug testing for the arrestees coming in? I know that it's currently with GPD. They do it and then they bring them over to DOC. Have you guys been able to get trained and got the machine you guys were waiting for?
Well, on the COVID testing right now, that I think that we've done the last couple of days for the staff, it was our medical staff here that did it. We're still using the GPD, having them get tested prior to coming in. That so far has been working well for us. I mean, so we kind of want to keep it that way for now. We do have some test kits and things, but we'll do that when, for example, there's symptoms, somebody showing a symptom or some sort of issue, then we can test it in-house. But that system of having them done before they come here has worked well. So we want to kind of just keep that going. So that at least before we get here, we know whether positive or negative, rather than bringing them in and then testing them and then finding out, oh, you're positive, and then having to deal with that. So it's best we do it before, before they get here. We've had a few that refused, and of course we put them in our quarantine unit up here at Manila. If they refuse, because we treat them as if they're positive till we know more information.
What's the status of the residential substance abuse treatment program?
So the RSAT program, they're looking at starting it in about 2 weeks. Right now they're finishing up interviews. They have about 16 clients that are on the list. They've interviewed over 30. They narrowed it down to about 16. They're finalizing, they're working on their final interviews with the clients, the inmates, by this week. And hopefully, I think our target date is around February 14 or 15 to start the program, the 6-month program. So we're moving.
What about the renovations that were being made to the dome, and I'm not sure what.
So the dome, the restroom, for the last 2 weeks were ongoing. It's still a little bit ongoing. They're almost complete with the bathroom. So that will be done shortly. In fact, maybe by the end of this week or early next week, it should be done. We've already got the aircon installed in the dome. One of the domes didn't have an aircon, so that's already been taken care of. And so we're getting there. We're almost done with that project.
I know one thing that we spoke about, gosh, a long time ago was the master plan. I know the RFP, I believe, and the contract was already signed. But because of the COVID, the contractor hasn't been able to make their way here.
Yeah, so good that you brought that up, Sabrina. Yes, the contract was signed sometime last year. I want to say August or September. But because of the COVID, of course, and Guam's situation at the time, the company was not able to come out and start the process. But I got good news to report. They came out. They're here today. They've been here since they came in. They flew in Saturday night. They are here today. They're going to be here until February 14th. In fact, they've been coming in since Monday. Get the project going. We've already been getting them to meet with some staff, getting some interviewing the staff on some of the issues and concerns. In fact, right after this meeting, we're going to go inside the prison and tour a few of the housing units. They will be leaving next week on the 14th. But I did talk to them about maybe coming on the air and speaking to you guys about the project and some of the things. So we'll schedule that for next week.
Yeah.
That's something we can get together and see how that best works for you guys, so that they can come on the air and speak about the project. And they're going to try to move pretty fast. We got the grant extended until December of this year. So he's going to work really hard to try to get that thing done, maybe in 8-9 months, because it's about a 14-phase project. When they leave February 14, they'll be back in about 6 weeks after. And the phase 2 is getting all the buildings evaluated, bringing in some other people to help evaluate all the buildings and make assessment of all our buildings, electrical, plumbing, things like that. And there's different phases of it, actually. So I'll let them talk about that. Probably next week we'll set something up and before they leave, and so they can talk to you guys about how that project is going.
Right on.
Sounds good. What was the name of the contractor again? I don't recall off the top of my head.
It's called his business is called Information to Energy. Okay. Information to Energy. Yeah. So he's been on Guam before. He's helped us with our locking project when we're upgrading our locks at 6, 7, and 17. He's done other projects here for UOG and the Guam Power Authority. So I mean, he's been on Guam several times. So he's and so it's only him and his partner Tom Parker. Dave Rogers is his name, and his partner with him is Tom Parker. So again, we're moving forward on that project, and hopefully by midsummer we'll start to see some reports come out and generating some after action items and things to work on in the future. And again, this master plan is just a start, because of obviously, after you do all your assessment and your needs and your population, analyzing your population and the growth and all these different things that you're going to need, there's other phases to come after this. So, but we'll take it one step at a time and work as we go.
A major,
Surprised.
yeah, that's good news. Just kind of random. I mean, because I remember there wasn't any IA, but have you guys stood up your IA and the sort team already?
Oh yes. We do have internal affairs, and our sort team is about. They've been activated. I want to say early last year.
Okay.
And so we are, they are up and running around, and they've been very valuable. In getting some contraband and some dealing with some other situations in here, fights and stuff like that we've had. They are up and about.
What do you mean other situations?
Well, of course, Chris, we've had a few fights in here, a few inmate behavior issues, nothing major. I mean, it's standard prison business. I mean, we do get inmates with attitudes and things like that. And of course, we found some shakedowns. They do random shakedowns and things like that. And, they found some cell phones and some other things on some of the inmates. And it's just regular everyday business in prison.
Cell phones? How are they getting the cell phones if no one's allowed to visit?
No, we found some that they were trying to throw in. They wrap it up in duct tape, and they really they seal that thing up, and we've got a few being thrown over, and we've intercepted a few of them. They didn't make it all the way in. Or we had information that they were going to attempt to smuggle it in, and they were able to get it before it got into the prison.
What about drugs? Any
Oh yes, I mean we found some drugs. Most of them again are being thrown in into the perimeter, and they don't make it all the way in for whatever reason, and we capture it. And then when we get all these things, Sabrina, we contact GPD and we turn it over to them. If there's a party associated with it, if we identify somebody that's in connection with it, we get them arrested. We charge them. Most of the time, it's found in common areas or areas where we can't really connect it to somebody at that time.
Has there been? You said most of them are thrown over, but has there been any instances where, because it would not be, the first time that some of the officers may be involved, that IA has been activated to look into?
The last incidents we had like that, Sabrina, was the Gumatao case and the Christopher Santos case where they were both arrested with the lotion. One was the lotion, was bringing in things in, and baggage inspection, and he was arrested. So those were the last employees that we actually caught doing those things. I haven't had any other employees since. But again, we'll continue to do our due diligence, and I hope an employee is not doing that. But history has told us it's taught us anything is it's always possible. So we got to keep our due diligence and be vigilant in our attempts to prevent this contraband from coming in. It's an everyday battle.
What's the status of those two employees? Are they back on the job, or
They hired somewhere else?
I'll just say it's simple. They're not with us.
They're not
working. They're not working for DOC anymore.
Did they leave or were they terminated? Look, I'm not going to make it they were transferred to the port joke. I'm not.
Well,
Were they transferred to the port, Major?
They left voluntarily.
Okay.
they left voluntary? Did you say they left voluntary?
Yeah.
They resigned.
Involuntary. They did not volunteer to leave. They left.
Oh, they left involuntarily.
Yeah, involuntary. There you go.
Gotcha.
Sorry.
Oh, day. Well, we should definitely send a strong message to those officers at the prison who would do things like smuggle in or aid and abet in the smuggling in of contraband and drugs, Major.
I agree.
Okay. Anything else?
You said to Tautau and Santos?
Gumatao
Oh,
and
Gumatao.
Santos.
What was the first name?
Matthew.
Matthew Gumatata.
And
And
Christopher Santos.
Christopher Santos, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they you know. So, you know.
All right.
You don't deserve to be here if you do those things. I'm sorry.
Don't apologize, Major. Did you get in trouble for our last interview, by the way?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
No.
Right
She's
on.
like, for what?
I didn't say anything wrong.
Okay.
They just asked my opinion.
That's it. That's all. Thank you, Major.
Okay.
All
That's
right.
yeah. Got
And
it.
look forward
All right, we'll-
look forward to next week, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll work out something. I'll
Let's
call
go.
you later and we'll work out something how best to address so these guys can speak to you guys about the project.
All right.
Right on, Major. Thank you.
Congratulations on getting them here.
Right on.
Finally, you
Yeah.
know, moving on this.
Hey, who's you guys' oversight chair now, Major?
The oversight chair?
Yeah.
Of the DOC, I want to see Mr. Terlai, Senator Terlai, Jose Terlai.
I think it's still Pito.
Oh, it's Pito.
Senator Pito.
Okay.
Yeah, we haven't been getting in trouble, so I'm not really, we haven't been getting caught on nobody, so we've been doing good, so I don't know exactly who the oversight, but I think it's Senator Terlai.
Okay. Thanks, Major.
Okay.
Yes, thanks.
Take care.
Aye, day. 9:52. Take a really quick break, and we're going to come back and close out the show with our friend Juanita from Island Girl Power next on The Link.
The relationship between
Conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Valentine's Day is coming and love is in the air. On The Link, Sabrina and I playing matchmaker. So get a love connection on The Link. We're looking for Guam's most eligible bachelors and bachelorettes. And we're going to match you guys up. You're going to go on some free dates for Valentine's Day weekends. Just hop on to KUAM.com, fill out a super easy registration form, and you could be making love on The Link. Hey, all right.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6.
Half a day. My name is Chimamba Kwem, Tuberculosis Enhancing Disease Program Manager for the Department of Public Health. As Guam continues to deliver critical services during this unprecedented time, we must do everything in our power to protect the health and safety of our people. Continue to encourage wearing a face covering, practice social distancing and washing hands. These practices are becoming especially important as we begin to reopen our great island. Prevention saves life. For more information, please call 311 or check out our website at dphss.guam.gov.
Our frontliners have been working tirelessly to keep us safe, and now they need your help to get our island back up and running as safely as possible. Did you know your smartphone can be one of the most powerful tools in our fight against COVID-19? That's why we're bringing you the Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app. This app works by letting you know if you've been exposed to someone who's positive. It's completely voluntary, and more importantly, it's completely anonymous. It does not track who you are or your location. Researchers at Oxford University have found that for every 100 to 200 downloads of the app, it can prevent 100 infections and save one life. Add your phone to the COVID fight by going to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
Ready to rock.
Hey, we still got Cover Me coming up here on the link. Let's go into the Zoom room where we have our friend Juanita Blas from Island Girl Power. Good morning, Juanita.
Made it to another attempt to tell people about our program.
Right.
Wonderful program.
Yeah, it is. And so we'll just start there, Juanita. What's you guys' current posture in the PCOR 2? What's available? Has anything changed with this new set of guidelines that we're living under?
Well, it's wonderful. We've been able to open, if you can see in the background, the outdoor sales, and we're only doing outdoor sales at the thrift store 3 days a week. So very, very, very limited staff. It's not even staff. We're all volunteers. Store manager, myself, and a couple other volunteers. And so we're just asking people, if you do plan to donate, I like to say, when in doubt, throw it out. We need things that are in great to excellent condition, ready to sell, and not needing washing, not needing sorting, not needing fixing. We really do need the support, but we just don't have the personnel to be able to sort it and everything. So donations are welcomed, but we will be looking at the donations to make sure that it's not items that can't be used here, can't be used for fundraising.
I know you guys just got a big donation, right? In-kind donation?
Yeah, it was quite remarkable. I was contacted by a lady named Maricor Gerstenlauer, and her late husband Otto Gerstenlauer. They ran the vending machines for children around the island. And I think they had the machines in Kmart for something like 15 years, but around different locations. And she wanted to give back to the community and heard about our program. Guahan Sustainable Cultures connected them with us, so we're very grateful to our partners at Guahan. She donated all of the vending machines, with contents, with the toys, with the fresh packs of gumballs, and so it totals up to $15,000 worth of product.
Wow.
That is donated to us.
Where are you guys going to put the machines?
We're looking for a couple of key locations. I don't want to spread them out to too many locations because, like I said again, there are no staff here, including myself. We are all volunteers, and so managing and monitoring wherever we put the machines, we want to be able to have that good relationship with the location and be able to refill it and check on any problems. So we are looking for locations that are open to having some of these vending machines. At this time, there's going to be some rebranding on the labels and making sure Island Girl Power is clearly stated on the machines, just so people know this is going to be our revenue source to help us sustain ourselves. It's going to be one of our multifaceted fundraising efforts.
Are these the ones that have like the little toys inside, and then you put the quarter in and you turn it?
Yeah.
Right. That okay.
Rubber balls.
Yeah.
little pendants and
Yeah, there it is.
Little
sticky
woven,
hand
there's
things,
little like superhero,
gumballs.
right? Yeah.
I think it goes from 25 cents to some machines are like $1 or $1.50. And there is a sticker machine. It needs a little cleaning and sprucing up, and purchase new stickers because I think there's stuff like Justin Bieber as a teenager in there. So
Hey, that's
it's been in
vintage.
storage. So we're gonna get it, clean it out, order some stickers. But our honest plans for those is to try to locally modify it so that we're able to put in friendship bracelets that are made here at Island Girl Power. Island Girl Power stickers. We were also talking about seed packets so people can start flower gardens or food gardens. And so we're really wanting to use the vending machines as a way to spread out good activities to the family as well.
That's good.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
Put like 2 little Goozeria in there.
Oh, whoa. No, because Goodyear is best when it's fresh, right?
Right, okay.
We don't know how long it's going to take to get to the last one in the container.
Juanita, it's always a pleasure getting you on. Is there anything else you want to throw out here before we let you go?
Lots of wonderful things coming up. We have, and just a snippet, we're pulling in a board and reorganizing the foundation side. We are wonderful partners with Gura and Homeland Security on some really amazing projects coming up. And there's a mural project that we'll be able to announce more details on towards the end of February. And it's gonna be pretty awesome. So, just stay in tune with Island Girl Power, get on our Instagram, Facebook. And please, if you can, Island Girl Power is 20 years old this year. $20 for 20 years. So donate to Island Girl Power on our website, islandgirlpower.com. The donate button is right there. Please help us to continue the work we're doing and be able to expand.
There you go.
Thank you, Juanita.
Thanks, Juanita.
I love you guys.
Let me know where you put the vending machines because I got a whole bunch of quarters. That's funny because when kids and I would go to Kmart way back when, last year, I always bring the quarters and they always get a kick out of putting in the quarters in the vending machines.
Yeah,
Okay?
it's hard to have quarters when we're all using our cards.
Yeah.
But I tell you, we thought we were getting a bunch of stuff in a storage room, and we did get some things in a storage room. But she actually had us go to Kmart and get the vending machines that were currently in use at Kmart. And so, just a wonderful lady and really gracious with her donation. And I've made a new friend. She's quite wonderful. So, and oh my gosh, yesterday was her birthday. So happy birthday, Maricor.
There you go.
Happy birthday.
Thank you, Maricor, for your generous donation. Juanita, thank you for your tireless work.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me time again.
All right. Take care, Juanita.
Take it easy.
Bye.
Adios. Hey, let's do Cover Me. Yeah, Jay. Oh, Jay. Yes, Jay.
Actually,
Jason Salas, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, before we get to that, I love, Juanita, the master of the perfect segue, because we have a couple other birthday shout-outs we need to get to. Our friend Jessica Perez Jackson. You know Jessica, right, Chris? She's from, family's in the South.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she used to be at Loop, and now she's down at the court, so she has a birthday today. So happy birthday, Jess. Hope you're having a good one. And our friend who was celebrating his 25th wedding anniversary yesterday, and now it's his birthday, Sean Gumatauta.
Oh, nice.
Hey,
Sean is having the
birthday.
best week ever.
Guarantee never forget his anniversary with a birthday right after it.
You would hope. Otherwise, the wife's going to remind you for sure.
He might not make it to his next birthday. It's 10:04. Let's do Cover Me here, brought to you by Burger King, where BK Chicken Fries are back on Fridays. All you got to do is say, I love, love, love BK Chicken Fries. And this morning's Cover Me. Jay?
Yes.
Is this that Peter Santos?
Yes. Okay. So yeah, you guys, I know towards the end of the show, you guys were like, all right, I got to get my day started, or all of our friends in the States and everything. You guys are like, all right, have fun. But you guys know Pete, right? And when Pete's been doing the link update, he's got this amazing voice. And for those of you who didn't know, he was a musician. He is a musician. He still gigs when he can. But he does the big band crooner, kind of like Frank Sinatra style stuff. But he's branched out a little bit. You know, he's done. I know we emceed an event. He was doing like Rapper's Delight, which was interesting to hear in like that style. But here is a song that Pete is actually singing. It's a country song. It's one of those country ballads, and we know you're really, really going to like it. So we know you guys are really enjoying Pete's journalism. Here is his first passion, his first love, Pete the musician. So you guys are really going to enjoy this.
When the sun goes down on my side of town, that lonesome feeling comes to my door, and the whole world turns blue. There's a rundown bar across the railroad tracks, got a table for two way in the back, where I sit alone, think of losing you. I spend most every night beneath the light of a neon moon. Now if you lose your one and only, there's always room here for the lonely to watch your broken dreams dancing under the beams of a neon moon. I think of two young lovers running wild and free. I close my eyes and sometimes see you in the shadows of this smoke-filled room. No telling how many tears I've sat here and cried, or how many lies that I've lied, telling my poor heart she'll come back someday. Oh, but I'll be alright as long as there's light from a neon moon. Now if you lose your one and only, there's always room here for the lonely to watch your broken dreams dancing it out of the beams of a neon moon. The jukebox plays on, drink by drink, and the words of every sad song seem to say what I think. This hurt inside of me ain't never gonna end. Oh, but I'll be alright as long as there's light from a neon moon. Now if you lose your one and only, there's always room here for the lonely to watch your broken dreams dancing it out of the beams of a neon moon. Go watch your broken dreams dancing it out of the beams of the neon moon. Go watch your broken dreams dancing it out of the beams of the neon moon.
A musical chameleon, if you will, Peter Santos. That was weird. I mean, it was great. Awesome work, Pete, but it was just different to hear him sing country. You know, because he normally does like the, hey.
He does some rap too.
Yeah. No, he's versatile, yeah. That's what I mean. I mean, he could perform any kind of song, but it's like he's kind of known for doing like the Frank Sinatra, you know, that era. So when you do hear him do like, you know, modern music or country. It's definitely different. That's great, man. Cover Me, brought to you by Burger King. It's back at BK Chicken Fries Friday. I love chicken fries. Bree, some of the takeaways from the show this morning?
Mary Rhodes. She always is on top of things, and so she was talking about how they've been working with the Guam Women's Chamber and bar owners, and I think she said there's going to be some visits today, right? Some inspections. She's working with Guam Fire Department, and they really are trying to get all the protocols and everything finalized to get bars reopened. And we heard from Phil Roberto, owner of Venue, talking about the losses that he suffered of over $250,000. And although he may have gotten some assistance from the federal government, it just was not, enough. And he's really optimistic and really hoping that they can reopen.
Yeah, that's definitely a recurring theme with as much federal assistance as we received on the island yesterday, or yesterday. It's just not enough. I mean, even on the stimulus side, that stimulus was gone before we even got it, right? And then there are many who are not even getting this next stimulus, who are instead going to be getting a credit. But I guess it's in the Congress over there where they're working on that new relief package. There's all kinds of numbers being thrown around for another stimulus. But, yeah, I mean, it's going to be a crazy year.
Right. We had Dr. Juan Flores on.
Right.
He heard it here on the link that Public Health will be going out and starting to visit and inspect private schools to ensure that they're following all the proper safety guidelines with the return of face-to-face instruction. He also mentioned that he's kind of disappointed and a little frustrated about the continued waiting game for
the procurement.
Yeah,
there's a bunch of federal funds that GDOE got, and they're supposed to administer it out to some of the private schools. And so Juan he's come on the last few times. He's come on and complained about that. And then when we asked Superintendent Fernandez, he says it's procurement. But I mean, from what we're seeing, it's been about a month, really. So
right, and then he was told that
there's no products on.
Purchase orders or something like that, and so that just means that it's not here.
Right.
And so you can understand. I could understand his frustration because my child goes to a private school, and there's more private school students actually face to face right now than there are public school students. And I'm not trying to make this any kind of public
versus
or
private,
like
us
that,
versus them.
Right.
Well,
Yeah, it's not about
literally
that,
a holy war.
No. So more power to Mr. Flores for just at least coming forward and addressing and making known his concerns and fighting for private schools. And it's not just Catholic schools, it's other private schools that are waiting as well.
And you know what? For those of you with a somewhat short-term memory, you will remember that if you go back, Juan Flores was superintendent of
Guam
DOE,
Public School System.
I want to say, 2006?
Was he fired
when it was called GPSS.
Yeah, Guam Public School System.
yeah,
That was back in 2006, I believe, was his last year there. So, but he is very, very familiar with
the
process, let's say, on both sides of the fence, if you want to say that. So he's very experienced in this kind of thing. So to see him actually be frustrated and everything like that, I mean, that's saying something.
Yeah, it's also Catholic Schools Week.
Oh yeah.
We also have Juan Carlos Benitez on. He's the new Republican Party of Guam chairperson, and then Major Anton Uggan. Interesting. So
yeah, I like Major Anton Uggan. He was talking about the RSAT program. He was talking about they're still catching contraband. And then I think one of the big reveals was the two officers who were most recently busted for allegedly bringing in contraband.
Through lotion.
Lotion, right. So what they did was they cut the bottom of the lotion bottle, put whatever it was. I want to think it was meth. In the lotion bottle, then they seal the lotion bottle back up. I'm just thinking lotion in prison. There's all kinds of jokes there. But anyway, those officers are, what did he say? They involuntarily left DOC, which is prison code for they are probably fired, right? So,
kind of sounds like that.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like that. I'm going to send a FOIA, though. I'm wondering if they got picked up anywhere else in the government, because it seems like we're very eager to give metharental treatment.
Second chances.
Yeah, second chances. Anyway, it's 10:16, guys. This has been The Link, Thursday, February 4th episode of the show.
Hey, wait, there was some good news out of DOC.
There was good news out of DOC.
And this is actually a story that we've been following for years about this federal grant money. It's with DOI grant that DOC received years ago, and they were really close to losing that money to conduct this assessment for master plan to modernize DOC. And so, you know, they were given an extension, and they finally signed the contract. And so the contractor is on Guam and started phase 1 of this whole process. And so congratulations to DOC for finally getting this going. And we should be having them on next
week. Yeah. One of the other takeaways, this is actually from yesterday, but Tango Theaters, Terry Flores was just messaging me towards the end of the show, and she was saying that the Tango Theaters has been advised by public health that they will not be allowed to sell any food or drinks at the theater.
Okay, that's interesting because she was telling us yesterday that she said part of the safety and health protocol that or plans that they were following in line with the official protocol was that you could actually call in your concessions orders,
right,
and then they get it to you. Some of that's very interesting.
From what she's saying to me, it's like they were blindsided by this. She said public health said this is a totally new guidance, and it doesn't matter, because I was thinking, maybe it's because self-serve, you know, because they have the packets out there and you could put the stuff. But she said they were told by public health it doesn't matter if it's self-serve or employee serve, that they're just not able to do food and drinks. But we'll follow up on it and maybe get her on tomorrow and see where we are, because they are reopening tomorrow, and you know, like many businesses, they're just trying to recoup. I mean, how could they even? They were closed for so long. But obviously, the food and the drinks, I mean, make whatever jokes you will about the price of food and drinks at the movie theaters, but that's really where they make their money.
No, seriously, I mean that is a known fact that, you know, I mean, you know, the price the price of admission
pretty much covers the movie, cost of them bringing the movie out.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. That's just typical business. I mean, you see that all over the place.
Can they set up a canopy outside and
I don't know. We'll figure it out, right?
But you know, I'm wondering if that
there's a will, there's a way.
Yeah, because if they say, if you were, you know, removing your mask multiple times and everything because you were just gonna, you know, throw some M&Ms in your mouth, or, you know, like have Raisinets or, you know, popcorn, or, you know, have a drink or something like that, at least initially, maybe it might be safer. I don't know if this is what they're thinking. If they just like, okay, everybody in the theater, at least for now, just everybody completely mask up for the duration of the movies, because.
But it doesn't make sense to me, because you can go in a restaurant and take off your mask and eat
so
food.
like bingo parlors, are they allowed to serve food too? You know what I mean? Because when you go, if you've ever been to bingo,
I have.
Yeah, you can go and you can buy food,
nachos and whatever.
Yeah. I wonder if it's kind of the same thing.
I don't know. Well, we'll find out. That's one thing we're good at. 10:19. Good job today, Joe, sir. Thank you, Relay for Life, again, for our cool little Relay for Life hats. And then we'll have more on all of our contests that we're doing. We're doing a Love Connection thing on the link. And we're also doing Tailgate Monday.
We are one day closer to the Super Bowl.
Right.
Right on.
And so if you are single, again, please go to our website. There is a form there. We are doing a little matchmaking here on the link next week. And we're looking for eligible bachelor and bachelorettes that, you know, might make a love connection with somebody right here on the show.
Yeah.
And we'll send you out on a nice little dinner.
It's on us. We've got 5 dinners for 5 matches. You guys go on Valentine's Day weekend, and then just report back to us how it worked out, you know, or if it did work out. If it didn't, did someone get friend zoned, or did you make it to the end zone?
Have you ever been friend zoned? Have you ever been friend zoned?
Jay, have you ever been friend zoned?
I've been friend zoned. I've friend zoned myself. That's how pathetic I am.
You were born in the friend zone.
Yeah.
Yes. Have you ever been friend zoned? It's 10:20, guys. Thanks again to our sponsors, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Carrier. For Jason Solis, the guys at Master Control, and our K-Wave News team, we got your 6 with our primetime broadcast. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
We're leaving you with this one from Big Ben and the Boys. from Molesto. All right. You guys be safe. Your go-to jam is coming up next on The Breeze.
Happy Thursday.
Adios.
Bye.